Here's you, the crybaby.
This is Show You.
Pinky swear, we promise.
Brothers always staying together.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns.
Below the Great Wall lies mine.
Here that we saw in the first game, no, the second game, sorry, so it's going from not longer than it did before, but we're already getting a 1-1 trade from Mijo and Boo. Bob's looking like he's in trouble. Wawa getting a lot of shield there from the items it seems. The Boogie at 0-3-0-7 on.
With that item, he's definitely
Mecha operated!
not much new damage. Not Mecha down to the center. Byron goes straight towards the backline, knocks up to Ragnar dropping low, and will fall as well. Along with the damage, she members left alive. This trying to do the best he can, and when you will fall, here comes the Lamb, and there goes the Lamb as well.
Immunity for it to come on. Zoot goes there. Thanks to BJK Liz, but then Monkey is into the back of the queue there. Trying to pick off the squishier champions. Must have come through to aid a sack. Noble pause, and we see Monkey taken down.
outer city of Navania used to be crawling with pirates.
Here! Quick!
Fortunately, a legendary hero appeared, Captain Redhawk. For years he was undefeated and maintained peace in the outer city.
Captain!
And I'm the guy pretending to be him. I even invented some gadgets of my own.
Don't move! Or the girl gets it.
Cover your ears.
Huh? Should I cover mine too?
What was that?
They're coming! My baby! Thank you, Captain. Huh?
Thanks, Captain Redhawk. You saved her.
Always saves the day.
You're a legend.
Incredible!
You're the best, Captain. Saved her.
Captain Redhawk, you should rest more. You've lost weight.
You're still not good enough, Alessio. The real Captain Redhawk was so courageous, powerful, and brave.
Help me!
I'm not good enough. Not good enough. Come on, Alessio. You have to protect everyone.
Stop right there!
Don't worry, Redhawk is here. It's Captain Redhawk.
Captain Redhawk!
He's here to save us! Captain Redhawk is here!
Redhawk's dead!
Oh no! Captain, is he okay? Captain Redhawk!
Captain, get up! Get up! Get up! Get up!
What? Is that really?
Captain Redhawk is just a kid.
He's not...
Where's the captain? Was this kid protecting us all this time?
You're pretending to be Redhawk? What a joke.
Well, it's not a joke!
A fake is a fake! Find that fake.
Yes, boss!
Let the outer city know their captain is gone for good.
Captain? Captain! Captain Redhawk!
It's up to you now. From now on, you're Redhawk.
Me? Captain Redhawk? But I can't.
He's not a real captain.
It's just a boy. The real Captain Redhawk? We do.
Fake!
He can't even protect himself.
No matter how hard I try, it's not good enough.
He's awake!
He's okay.
We must hide him. Hurry! Over there! Hurry!
Careful.
Go look over there!
Let's go!
Over here, Captain Red Hawk.
Get him to safety.
Right, follow me, Captain.
Where'd you hide him? Spit it out! Get back here! It's me you're after. Let him go!
Captain, come on.
I'll take it from here.
Thank you.
Captain, this way. Quickly, this way.
The Captain's here!
Captain Red Hawk.
Captain.
Captain, my man will take you to the outer sea. You'll be safe there.
I'm not Captain Red Hawk.
You're wrong. You are Red Hawk.
Open the door! You can't escape! Who do you think you are, kid? Hey! A Red Hawk mask? You want to be a hero, kid?
Captain Red Hawk.
Not bad, little hawk.
I'm not Red Hawk.
When you stand up, you will be.
Keep up the bombardment until they hand over the fake. If it isn't the fake, you finally dared to stand up.
Couldn't help it. I'm not gonna quit, as you'll see.
Sad about people like you. You want to be special, but you're too weak.
This is no tragedy. This is my choice!
Not bad, little Hawk.
I'm not Red Hawk.
When you stand up, you will be.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la. La la la. La la.
This one. Or this one. No!
What a dumbass.
A fluorescent stone!
You're no good at this.
I've been noticed! Time to fight!
Hey! What are you doing? Hey!
It's just you and me! You give that back!
That's a pair for me.
Again?
Your turn.
Come back and fight!
It's the kid who stole the ship! Get him! He's over there!
Change the run?
So you're not with them? Ladies first!
There he is!
Hey, wait up!
Where's that prawn I got from Quarterfinals? Got it! Hey, Nisha, firecracker!
A bomb!
Get them!
Leave them to me!
Get her too!
What a pain! Time to end this!
My senses can feel the suspense. Don't be tense, get out the fence. Strike them down with my body sequence. Let me just take a back out of all of their tricks. They might put me to the test, but I got finesse. And I feel the opposition, but it won't be for long. Let the story be written, we will riddle the wrongs. How did it get me so feeling better like this? My fate is hanging in the balance of the wind. Trouble's always knocking at my door like a songwriter. And that voice stronger.
You idiots! Get them!
Yes, sir. Nice. Looks like the safest place turns out to be right under your enemy's nose.
Nope, I just got tired of running. The coast is clear now. Let's go. It's locked.
Ah!
I won't let you do this!
You cannot prevent his arrival.
That's not good. The mechanoid giant. It's forming.
Hey, relax. I haven't been drinking. Ah.
Hand over the Arc Core!
He wills it. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
done, Sean.
Finish them.
All right, team. Let's show them how it's done. We've stopped Ming for now, but many others will try to get their hands on this power. This war isn't over yet.
We just might have a friend who can help.
Herkesin bildiği gibi FUT.Sports ikonik bir takım. İstanbul'da gerçekleşecek olan bu etkinlik için dünyanın her yerinden gelecek takımlarla mücadele edeceğiz. Türkiye'nin zaferini bütün taraftarlarımıza göstereceğiz.
IV NRX olarak diğer ülkelerin takımlarıyla karşılaşmaktan çok memnunuz. İstanbul'da gerçekleşecek bu turnuva için çok hazırlandık. Kazanacağımıza inanıyoruz ve bunun için savaşacağız.
Beşiktaş e-Sports çok köklü geçmişe sahip bir takım. Bu turnuvaya katılacağımız için çok heyecanlıyız. Elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapıp bu armanın hakkını vereceğiz.
Biz Қазақстаннанбыз. Бәлкім сендер бізді танымайсыңдар, бірақ бұл маңызды емес. Себебі сендер біздің күшімізді көресіңдер.
Nós somos os campeões do Choque BR. Desta vez, vamos trazer o troféu de campeão de volta para o Brasil.
É impossível falar da Alpha 7 e não pensar em uma equipe campeã. A gente vai se surpreender nesse campeonato.
كل تحد فرصة للتقدم وسنتغلب على جميع التحديات لإظهار قوتنا.
لطالما كان فوز البطولة حلمنا، سنخوض في النضال في هذه المرة من أجله.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the quarterfinals, day 2 of the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational in Turkey. Today, you have again with me myself, Blam, and as always, Zero. How are you feeling today?
Feeling great, happy that we are at this stage in the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational, and this event would not have been possible without our fantastic sponsors, Infinix. All the players are playing on the Infinix GT10 Pro, which is innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with kings. All-sensory game engine and high refresh rate immerse you in the purest gaming experience. And today we will be witnessing the remainder of the 2 matches in the round of 8 for the knockout stages. And what matches do we have today, Bland?
So starting up, we have FUT Chaos taking on Twisted Minds, and then after that we have VKS taking on Major Pride. So both of these matchups haven't actually been through into the group stages, or this is the first time we're actually seeing it. So neither of these teams are met head-to-head till now, and to be fair, I think it's probably for the best that they haven't met head-to-head, so they can try and do something with these wins, especially on the likes of Twisted Minds and Major Pride, who is still yet to get even a single point on the cards.
Yeah, they have not had a great group stage, but hopefully they are able to redeem themselves in the knockout stages, because if not, this will be the end of the road for them, as this will be a single elimination best-of-5 format. Twisted Minds, this is potentially their last showing here, the last time we see them on stream here in the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational. But hey, they're playing against FUT Chaos. We've seen 2 Turkish teams already eliminated. I don't think that's a curse. I don't think that's a pattern, but they definitely do not have an easy matchup against FUT Chaos.
Yeah, FUT Chaos being one of the teams who not only were the top of their group, but have had fantastic performances throughout the Season 1 Invitational. And looking over to them now, here is the roster for FUT Chaos. It is Ryuga in the support. We have Noir as the farm lane, Snape in the mid lane, Lost in the jungle, and I can assure you he doesn't get lost, and Void in the clash lane with Coach Booping. And it has been a fantastic roster, but this is the roster of Twisted Minds as well.
Yes, Bawadi, Falcon, Savanagar, Jin, as well as Vian, still looking for their first win in this tournament. Orange has been definitely very insightful for the team, but they just need a little bit more. They have shown glimpses of hope. They've shown glimpses of strength to be able to beat their opponents, but it's always been just a little more. They always need that just a little more to beat their opponents, and they will need everything they have to go up against their opponents today. FUT Chaos has been very dominant in Group A. They only dropped a single map, and that was against Besiktas Esports, who have since been eliminated from this tournament. So not really a David versus Goliath match as we've seen yesterday with Alpha 7, but definitely still not a easy task ahead of them for the side of Twisted Minds.
Absolutely, I'd still say it plays into that David and Goliath narrative there that we've got, because obviously FUT Esports are above in their group, and then obviously Twisted Minds are right down there at the bottom of their respective groups. So still quite a few stones to be casted to try and take down Goliath in at least one of these rounds against FUT Chaos. But just looking at a few of these player cards here, so comparing the KDAs to the mid laners, and the average kill participation is actually not that far between on both of the Snape and Savanagar there. So some things and some stats are very relative, but we both know that stats don't mean everything. It depends on the knowledge and the way it's focused into these games, just like the macro and the micro.
Absolutely, it is, stats do tell a story, but it doesn't tell the full story. And this matchup, although it seems very one-sided just according to the group stage results, it is far closer than what the stats really will be telling you, because we have seen for the side of the Minds, they have grown throughout the group stage. Every single day they are just getting better and better. So they had a day's break before needing to play. 2 days break before needing to play this tournament. So that is a lot of time for them to look back at their group stage and see where they can improve.
Absolutely, but whoever wins this one definitely doesn't get that much break between today and tomorrow. So whoever comes out of top of this as the semi-finalists are going to be playing again tomorrow. So good luck to these teams. And as I say that, we go into the ban and pick draft here. On the side of FUT Esports, we're getting the Princess Frost, along with a weirdly placed secondary ban there, which is the Don Juan. Obviously, this hero has been played quite a lot throughout the group stages. Didn't quite meet, actually, no, we saw it yesterday once, I believe, in the quarterfinals. And then over to the side of Twisted Minds, it is the two lovely ladies themselves. It wouldn't be International Women's Day without the Chow ban and the Dolia ban.
Of course, you gotta take those two out. Dolia has been let through the pool more than once, especially yesterday, but the Dachao is still 100% ban rate in this tournament. And we're gonna have more ladies on the board here, Blam. We've got Mai Shirunui as well as the Little Loot being picked up there by FUT Chaos along with the Direnjie, while Twisted Minds will be going for the Kaiser as well as the Sun Bin.
Yes, definitely fragrance in the draft in true manner of the day that it is. It's really weird that they haven't gone for the Little Loot on the side of Twisted Minds to complement the Kaiser, but we have seen this pairing quite often with the Sunbin and the Kaiser. We only saw it yesterday and it paired really well. I'm not too sure which of the teams did actually play it, but I know it was quite a fragrant pick for the team and quite a fruitful pick as well. And then we see the Ganmo come through in the mid lane, and again banning more of that feminine energy. It is the Jing, and I don't think it wouldn't be the right banning phase if we didn't have that Jing ban come through, because again, this hero still sits at a phenomenal 100% win rate within the Season 1 Invitational.
To be fair, it's only been really picked by the top teams like Alpha 7, as well as I think we've seen it once on the side of Vivo Keystars as well. So, you know, when a good team plays any hero, they will make the statistics look amazing. That's what happened to Arlie. That's what happened to Direnjie's win rate, which got boosted by Alpha 7 just picking it almost every game. So, still, you don't want that. You don't want that jungle here. You don't want the Jing in the hands of Lost, who is a very phenomenal player from the Turkish team. You want to take it out of his hands and just let him play something a little less impactful, a little less able to carry the entire team. Because you know, if he gets his hands on one of these heroes that's able to carry the game by himself, he will definitely do that for his team.
Yeah, I feel like Twisted Minds have kind of put themselves into a tricky predicament there in that last two bans on their side, because we've got Musashi and we've got Jing, but it still leaves open the Lamb, and we've seen Lost on Lamb plenty of times. So with the Dun being picked up on the side of Twisted Minds, I can only surmise that the Lamb pick's going to come through on the side of FUT Chaos. And here comes a not quite a #1 debut for this hero. It's still looking to be pre-made, but it is the Guan Yu, who actually got banned twice yesterday. And there it is. There's that Lamb pick for Lost, which we know is going to be a phenomenal player playing this hero. We've seen it many times within the tournament already.
Yeah, this is a lot of displacement from the side of FUT Chaos. They've got the Lamb with the knockback. They've got the Guan Yu as well, paired up with the Mai Shirunui. That's just so much displacement on a single team. You have to watch out for your positioning, especially for heroes like the Ganmo, like the Sun Bin, who doesn't have any form of movement or escape. They have to rely on their flashes to be able to try and run away from the initiations coming from the Lamb, from the Guan Yu, and it's going to be tough to be able to always have your flash up in time, because these short cooldowns on the Guan Yu is going to be very annoying for the squishier backlines like the Ganmo and Sun Bin.
Absolutely, it's all about keeping that momentum up with the Guan Yu to get the best out of his skills, and that's just generally down to the mechanics of this hero. But looking at the side of FUT Esports as well within the other lanes, I feel like the Little Loot's going to really help prolong, if it ever even needs to be prolonged, in team fights against Twisted Minds, because Lamb obviously has an on-heal hit as well with some of his skills, but then having the Little Loot there as well is only going to further that heal potential coming from this such an great engaging hero as well. But I don't know. We've seen quite a few times Snape on the Mai. We've seen Lost on the Lamb quite often. I feel like Little Lute on Ryuga there, we haven't really seen him pick up those kind of enchanter support heroes. He's mainly been on like your Zhongfei and the tankier kind of the spectrum of the support hero pool. But seeing the Consort you come through on the side of Twisted Minds is a bit of a refresher there. So again, it's not just another Durenji going against Ali. They've seen like they've stuck to the guns there and be like, you know what, we can't really pull off the Ali, even though it's open, it hasn't been banned. Let's go for the Consort U, which arguably has a lesser skill gap than the Ali hero.
Yep, and just as strong as well, especially against the Durenji. Being able to go physical, having that physical immunity is going to be very important against all the physical damage coming from the side of Foot Chaos, the Guan Yu, the Lamb, as well as the Durenji. Does a lot of half the damage is basically physical. So having a skill that removes half of the damage from most of the heroes is going to be very important. But this mid lane matchup, tell me, Blam, this is how many times have you seen this matchup between the Mai Shiranui against the Gan and Mo?
Yeah, it's coming pretty much somewhat of a legend within honor of King's Global Esports itself, I feel. It's definitely like they're making their own kind of feud going on between these two heroes. But Ganmo and Sunbin venturing already into the enemy jungle there to try and upset Lost's tempo of getting the rhythm together with that farm. Interestingly enough, we didn't see Lamb go for the Sage buff before going for the red, which seems like a big confidence move there by Lost, rather because we know how he's needing that Sage buff. It is very detrimental to a hero like Lamb. And for him to be like, you know what, I know Kaiser's not going to invade for that, so I'll leave that till last. I'll just make sure I float around those two parts, especially in the mid lane. So if that Mai needs any help, I can go in and help. So there was a bit of a confidence being flared there within that choice of rotation.
Yeah, that's, you know, you always have to be able to trust your teammates to do what they need to do, and you're just there to provide them that little bit more to help them win the game for your team. And that is the backbone of a successful team, is that there's no I in team. You have to play as 5. Everyone does 20%, and you just want to make sure that everyone is able to contribute to the win. But props to Twisted Minds as well. For the moment, they are hanging in there in terms of the laning phase. No over-aggression yet. They're not losing members. But I might have spoken too soon. Mai Shiranui rotating in. But here comes the physical immunity coming from the Consort Yu, being able to survive with an inch of herself. But she's going to be alright.
Yeah, we see that quite often. It's something we see the invade of the Mai come through, but it's a stat within itself. I would love to see the succession rate of those early ganks from Mai actually leading to no kill. It's got to be a stat within itself that we've been seeing, because even on the side of the likes of Star Wars Esports and VKS, it's been something of it's an art within itself to close these kills. But speaking of a close down kill here, Bawadi is a little bit too lost within a Lamb's jungle there. Guan Yu does pick him up and knows, giving Foot Lost the information that he needs, knowing that Bawadi was in his jungle. He's attempting to go for that farm. But again, like we were saying earlier, it's just a very slow burning match. But Lamb going back in onto Bawadi here. Bawadi causing the disengage, so there's not really much going on here. But then again, re-engage from Lamb. There's that ultimate, bringing him into the middle of the lane. But still, again, these tanky champions up in the clash lane, tanky heroes, sorry, up in the clash lane really show that it's hard to get those early game kills, especially 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the Dun, we've always talked about him. He's a very solid, very stable, tanky early game hero, and you know, 3 minutes in, it's definitely still the early game. You're not going to be able to kill him off without any form of magical damage, since he has opted to go for the physical reduction boots, knowing that most of the damage coming from Foot Chaos is in fact physical. Like with the likes of the Durenji as well as the Lamb is mostly physical damage. Guan Yu also physical damage. Ryuga on the little loot doesn't really do any damage, so you don't really have to reduce any of the damage coming from the little loot. It's mainly the Mai Shiranui with the magical bursts, but at the moment you don't really need to really use the CC boots against it.
Yeah, for the most part, those CC boots definitely give you enough magic defense to take on the early Mai damage. But Falcon going in here with the Kaiser. Kaiser already popped his ultimate, so that's already on cooldown. And Bien taking quite a bit of damage there, but Mai going straight into the turret. Snape getting first blood onto Severagar there. Well played by VKS.
Yeah, Mai Shiranui, one of those heroes that can dive into towers and get away safely. Able to get the first split here from the side of the Chaos, giving them a slight lead for now. 1000 net worth, bottom side might be more danger here. Vien dropping down very low and should fall here with the D-Ranger damage and the sustain coming from Ryuga, keeping everyone alive for that tower dive. Meanwhile, on the top side, Mawadi dropping down very low, but here comes Falcon on the Kaiser. The stun does not connect on towards the Guan Yu, so now is able to escape. A loss might not be able to be so lucky as his teammate. He gets a kill though. Before that, he gets a double for loss, and he turns that around. 2 versus 1, and he is looking like an absolute beast at the moment. No fear at all in that entire engagement. He knew what he needed to do, and he did it to perfection.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the hero Lem there. Absolutely 2v1 capabilities is crazy, especially if you put them skills to use really well. Severagar may get taken down by Mai, but is forced away from that great damage from Ganmo and pushing the distance away. But this was beautifully done, even with the mutiny caused there by Guan Yu, but not by his choice because his health was low. We still got that 2v1 potential, and it came out on top on the side for VKS there, picking up another 2 kills from not only the jungler, but the Clash lane as well.
They also managed to steal the Sage Golem buff from the side of Twisted Mind, so Kaiser is not going to be too happy about that. Not getting his cooldown reduction mainly on the Kaiser, seeing that Kaiser doesn't really need that is not really that SP intensive, and now they're gonna try and get the Sage Golem buff away from him as well. But with Bawadi there, with the Garden Mo being able to bodyguard him for the moment, they should not be able to take that away from his hands. But mid lane, Falcon pops the ultimate, tries to go for a kill. Nice knockback onto his Void, but Void will be able to flicker away across the wall to safety, and that's gonna be the Kaiser ultimate down for now. Twisted Minds not able to get any of these kills so far because they don't have enough crowd control on their side. It's mainly only the Kaiser and the Dun, and Dun is not present in half of these fights.
Yeah, and even if he were, it's just that single target, so it's making that detrimental choice on who you're going to shut down. And with heroes like the Diving from the Mai and the Lamb, it's potentially those ones that are looking for, right for the picking for Dun CC. But a great macro play there by Mai, pushing the minions through to the bot lane as they were distracted in the mid lane, opening up that second tier turret for Chaos already. Pre-10 minutes, the farm lane is already at the high ground turret, so that is going to be already showing the kind of pace what we're seeing right now for VKS. They are not here to mess around, they are here to maintain those quick matches. But speaking of quick, we see that quick rotation come through from Twisted Minds. Falcon there, picking up the first kill on the board for themselves, taking out the Renji, so down goes a huge damage output there, but once again, Lost bringing them back into the middle of that lane, enabling Mai to come around the back, but then Mai gets shut down as well. Bawadi doing damage onto Guan Yu. Oh, Twisted Minds are coming away with a 3-1 trade there in that middle interaction.
Much needed kills here from the side of Twisted Minds, trying to stabilize the game the best they can. They need to buy a bit more time for the Consort Yu to start going online. Axe of Torment already completed on her, but she needs 2 more items before she's really able to do the damage and stand in these team fights as well. But Kaiser, as well as the Dun, still at the moment is able to hold on to the game. They've managed to secure the Sage Golem buff on the Kaiser, and this will allow them to maybe contest this Tyrant attempt from the side of VKS. They're trying to go in. A Lost will be able to secure it with the Smite and not allowing Twisted Minds to get any steals away from it. When you're playing against the Garden Mo, after what the Alpha 7 was able to do with the Garden Mo, you are definitely afraid of those steals.
Definitely, but here's that knockup onto Bawadi, so 1v1 from Mai onto the Dun, picking up a kill again on the side of VKS. But these are the kind of confident plays that we see always coming from VKS, but just a little bit less about that right now because Falcon is pretty deep and loses his life to the Durenji. So Durenji getting that revenge kill from the last interaction. from FUT.Sports, and Twisted Mind Gambo trying to do a lot of damage there, but Mai once again beautifully coming from the back line. Snape playing this hero to perfection, completely getting the 4-bang there on the side of FUT Chaos. It's pretending officially the game's throwing that as an ace. As Dunn came back, it was just about time as a team ace there, as they were all dead, but Dunn was coming back within the second. But this could be a bad engage here for Twisted Minds. They are going to look to lose that high ground turret, both in the clash lane and in the farm lane. Falcon is up, the 7 Agar is up, but what can they do?
This crowd control, this displacement coming from FUT Chaos is showing its strength. You see now we're pushing people back. You see the Lamb being able to do the same for his team as well. So when you have this much knockback, Void and as well as Snape can really rest assured that they will not be in any danger whatsoever unless they get caught up really out of position. So that frees up your mid as well as your marksman to just deal as much damage as they want in these team fights. Ryuga is always there as extra layer of protection for them as well. And FUT Chaos is just showcasing the power of their dive. Just diving towards the tier 2 and the tier 3 in the mid lane clash, giving them a huge lead at the moment. It's almost 10,000 gold in 10 minutes.
I can honestly say that I think Snape is potentially the best Mai handler within the Season 1 Invitational. Just the way that he has the pizzazz on this hero really shines when this hero is picked with this player. We see some great people play him as well, but it always seems to be Snape that stands out and really shines on this Mai pick, and it's really helping FUT Chaos here with the poke damage, with the pressure of knowing that Mai may re-engage back onto you from her skill. So there's a lot of fear being stricken here on the side of FUT Chaos from Snape himself. And then they're not only going to look out for Snape, they're going to look out for Lost for bringing them out of their safety bubble into his team, where then it just all hell breaks loose within those interactions. The Guan Yu there a little bit diving too deep there, but setting up for a potential rotate here from Snape. But again, these confident plays coming through from FUT Chaos since the word go in game 1 as they take the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, 2 lanes of tier 3s already down for them. This is FUT Chaos's game to close out if they just take one more good engagement, and they are trying to go for that right now. 3 versus 5, a little bit overzealous it seems from the side of FUT Chaos, taking a lot of damage from the gun and more, as well as the range from the Consort Yu, but Consort Yu dropping down very low, pops the physical immunity, but is not able to get any kills so far. That will be the tier 3 tower down. Oh, the damage coming from the Guan Yu almost brings down 7 Agar. So everyone dropping low right now. Kaiser going in, but Lamb going towards the back line, knocks them back and into the front of the fight. So he's fighting under the crystal, gets 2 kills, gets the turn with Snape's helmet as well, and will be managing to get the team ace with the entire team. But it will be Snape and now we're ending the game as they will take a very swift game number 1.
Wow, the ferocity towards the end there, where we saw Lamb under the crystals absolutely dominating and allowing the Mai to pick up that triple kill towards the end, just as Guan Yu and Mai finish off that match there. So that is already the conclusion of game 1. FUT Chaos really bringing it in for the Turkish representatives here, taking a clean game 1. We saw a few little bits of glimpses of hope from Twisted Minds, but unfortunately it did not unravel the FUT Chaos team.
Yeah, the aggression was just too much for them to really hold back. I mean, when you've got essentially no team fight outside of the Sunbin, FUT Chaos with their dive comp can just do whatever they want under your tower, under your crystal, because they know they have the burst, they have the sustain, they've got the crowd control, they've got the superior team fight to take it to you every single time. And Twisted Minds with that draft kind of fell short. Maybe they're clashing. It could be something like a Lian Po or something that allows them to take these team fights a little bit easier, because without the crowd control, you really cannot just be able to withstand all that pressure coming from the side of Chaos.
Absolutely, with the pressure of Snape on that Mai pick as well was huge. We saw it not only once, twice, 3 times a lady. We saw her constantly going into the back of Twisted Mind's team comp there and really dismantling it from a different angle that the other parts of FUT Chaos were looking at approaching, which was always from the front. We saw the Guan Yu always being very aggressive, trying to bring them into a baited situation just to allow Snape to come round and set up his final score of 7-1-4 as he closes with that triple kill towards the end. But even that, saying that Snape had one of the best performances, it also goes over to FUT Lost as well with the 4-1-6, 10k gold. Completely, if you look over to the other side of the enemy jungle, 7.9k in comparison to that 10.8k. It's just huge on the side of FUT Chaos.
Yes, they're definitely one of the flashier and more successful Mai Shiranuis we've been seeing in this tournament itself. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets his 3rd MVP of the tournament with this game. Absolutely brilliant game from him, getting those solo kills on towards Bawadi, and then the late game team fights just played to perfection on the Mai. Diving in when he needs to, getting out when his skills are off cooldown, and going in for a 2nd round when they are ready once again.
Yeah, and just to see those 9 turrets to 0, there is a perfect game almost brewing there. Because we saw 16 kills to 6, 9 turrets to nil pois, and also no jungle objectives on the side of Twisted Minds. And that's all thanks to the confident plays of the MVP of Game 1, that is FUT Lost. So once again, picking up another MVP for himself. I mean, it's not quite Benignus's 6 MVPs, but I think he's getting close.
He's on his 2nd at the moment. And he's going to have some time to be able to catch up in terms of the MVP. He still has at least 2 more games in this series, but FUT Chaos definitely looking like they should be making it to the 2nd round of the knockout stages, because this is an absolute just dismantling. I mean, you see this 2 versus 1 from the side of Lost against 2 of these heroes, and look at HP. He isn't the healthiest at the moment, but he knows the limits of his hero. He knows how much damage he can do, how much damage the Kaiser as well as the Dun can do, and he knows that he's able to get out there alive.
Yeah, it really the setup and showed his skill on the hero Lamb there with that 2v1 takedown in the Clash lane, which was super impressive. And did we think otherwise from FUT Chaos? No, I mean, even with that takedown towards the end, that triple kill into the Crystal knockout, we saw FUT Chaos completely dominate that match. Like you said in the match though, Zero, glimpses of a hope coming through for Twisted Minds. We saw that great mid lane wipe there when they took out 3 or 4 off the side of FUT Chaos, but it just wasn't enough because the death respawn was already pretty low anyway. So even if they wipe people at that point in the game, they're going to come back within 10-15 seconds. So once again, it's very detrimental what you can do in that time.
Yeah, it all comes down to the map control and the macro play. So when you take a team fight on your opponent's side of the base, if you win the team fight, you're able to get objectives right after that. And if you lose the team fights, if your waves are already pushed all the way in, they won't be able to get any objectives for themselves. So this creates a very easy to do snowball effect for your entire team that it just reduces the opportunities for your opponents to be able to come back even after wiping out your team. So that's a very important thing to master as a team. If you are playing Honor of Kings, you have to make sure that when you take these fights, it's always on the opponent's side of the map, because you know that if you win the team fight, you're getting a high ground for sure. If you lose the team fight, so what? They're gonna clear out the jungle and you're already gonna be respawning and going for another fight anyways.
Absolutely, it's all about picking those deaths at the right time. Not only killing at the right time, but getting your deaths in where you... Let me rephrase that. So, yeah, exactly, that's it. Yeah, so nobody really wants to die in these games and give up gold, but there is a right time and a right place, if there is ever one, for deaths. But speaking of right times, we're going to take a short break before we get into Game 2 of FUT Chaos versus Twisted Minds. See you in a moment. team match length here that we saw in the first game. No, the second game, sorry. So it's going for a lot longer than it did before, but we're already getting a 1-1 trade from Mijo and Boo. Bob's looking like he's in trouble. Wawa getting a lot of shield there from the items it seems. The Boogie and 0307 on.
With that item, Mega operated! Not much hit damage. Not Mega down to the center top. Byron goes straight towards the back line, knocks up to Ragnar dropping low, and will fall as well. Along with the damage, she members left alive. This trying to do the best he can, but he will fall. Here comes the Lamb, and there goes the Lamb as well. Immunity for him to come on. Zoot goes there. Thanks to BJK Liz, but then Monkey is in the back of the queue there. Trying to pick off the squishier champions. Mustard comes through to Hayne. That noble pause, and we see Monkey taken down.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational 2024 in Turkey. I am Blam, and with me as always is Zero. How are we feeling going into Game 2?
Well, with what FUT Chaos have shown us in Game 1, they are definitely warmed up and they are definitely ready to go. That is, on the other hand though, Twisted Minds doesn't seem to be as solid as you hope for them right now. They are looking very shaky after game number 1. You know, you see here one of the players taking a sip of water. Might not mean much, but definitely a very dehydrating game after the first one, where they just completely got dove wherever they wanted to. Wherever FUT Chaos really wanted to take the fight, they had those fights in their territory and was able to take those team fights with ease thanks to their lineup. So definitely the coach of Twisted Minds has some changes to do in that draft. It was a good... their opening was a Kaiser and Sunbin. And you know, after that, it just felt like they just forgotten one aspect of the game, which is how do you take those team fights with only essentially one knockup, one stun, and one Sunbin ultimate to help team fights. You need a little bit more.
Yeah, there was definitely a need for more of an engage and more of a front line there. We saw Sunbin was used okay. It wasn't the best pick for Twisted Minds, but we've seen that Sunbin and Kaiser combo many times, and it's worked quite a few times more so than it has lost the game, just like that game 1. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, but I feel like there was other parts within that draft that may have just not gelled very well with it. The Dun pick not being the greatest either, especially when you fall off towards that sort of 10-minute mark. It's kind of, there's nowhere to transition that power to. There was no... normally we see Dun in the jungle, so there was no like Charlotte to pass it over to. There was no like Mai in the mid lane to pass it over to, anything like that. So again, we see that FUT Chaos bans out the Kaiser this time, the real troublemaker of that last match where we saw Falcon actually get one or two kills onto FUT Chaos, one of them being onto Lost. And we see the Princess Frost ban as well, and then it wouldn't be a game of Honor of Kings without the Chow and the Dolia ban coming through with the Dun pickup.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about this Dun pickup yesterday, very critical about that hero. Though I don't personally feel it does a lot of things in these team fights. He's not particularly a great laner. He's not particularly a great ganker as well. He has some nice crowd control, but that's basically it. And not to mention the crowd control that the Dun can provide is not huge as well. It's just in a small area in front of him, and a lot of times that's just not enough to take these team fights. But with the Yao Chan pickup here from Twisted Minds, that does help their team fight a little bit more, as that will provide them the magical AoE damage they need.
Yeah, with the... It feels like FUT Chaos already have Twisted Mind in that position that they want him in. They got him in a Texas Hold'em. You know, they have to ban out the Dachau and the Dolia because you know for a fact a support player like Ryuga will snatch that Dolia out of your hands. But at the same time, it then leaves open heroes like Mai that really completely changed the function of that last game. It was really aggressive. They had no counter from the back line. And now they switch in with an Ali as well. So Noir now on the Ali with not only Mai looking for a way in, you've got Ali that can look like she can come in for a frontal attack, but then completely the switcheroo from wherever her umbrella is and then could change around to a backline attack as well. So a lot of assassin-like team complement here on the side of Chaos, and as well with Sunbin with the slows and damage over time, which can only create huge fissures within the team of Twisted Mind. And if we just go and have a look over to the bans on their side.
Yeah, the Donghuang as well as these little loot being taken out here from FUT Chaos, while Twisted Minds are banning out the Mulan as well as the Lamb, taking out the jungler. And here we have a Nakaruru pick from the side of FUT Chaos. We've seen that once during the group stages. It didn't perform fantastic. It sort of fell short because of how, I believe it was Alpha 7, kept invading their jungle, just making sure that Nakaru doesn't have a great start. But hello, what's this new hero over here from the side of Twisted Minds? It's the Yaria.
Yes, we've got, speaking of invading, we've got a debuted #1 Yaria pick on the side of Twisted Minds. But this is the thing that really got us excited yesterday, Zero, was in the knockout stages, we have these random picks come through that may either be pocket picks or it's been something that the coaches have been holding on to for a little while just to be like, yo, this is our sort of like get out of jail card. Let's see if we can actually get a win on the board here. But if we're looking at FUT Chaos's team comp here, I mean, I already commented on it already. The Ali and the Mai, and then coming in with the Nakamari as well. Just the assassin-centric team comp that go in here. Even with Guan Yu, he's not the tankiest clash lane. He's very much quick pace, rotations quicker than most of the heroes. The only hero with a horse, so he's definitely going to have better speed than 2 legs. So again, a very, very fast team comp on the side of FUT Chaos. I'm not too sure how that's going to match up with the likes of the CC on the side of Twisted Minds. Obviously, we've got Yaria that's got a knock up. You've got Dao-chan as well. Single target CC from Dun and Byron. We can only hope that the macro matches the CC potential on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this draft from FUT Chaos is pretty on a different spectrum from their first game's draft. This lineup right now from FUT Chaos doesn't really focus on taking those team fights. It's a lot of, you know, those single target pickoffs, like you said, with the Mai, with the Nakaru, with the Guan Yu as well. So they're not gonna try and take head-on team fights. They want to pick off, get the numbers advantage before taking those team fights against a stronger team fight lineup on the side of Twisted Minds this time. Like you said, a lot of single target CC with the Dun as well with the Byron. But yeah, I'm interested to see where they play this. Yeah, how they play this Yaria. Is it going to be just sticking with the Marco Polo? Or are they going to play that to speed up the jungle of the Dun so that he can create early game pressure and tempo for the side of Twisted Minds?
Yeah, there's a lot of potential with the Dio-chan and the Marco Polo to do a lot of damage to these very squishy champions on the side of FUT Chaos. So it's all depending on how we see them position the Marco Polo. Will we see the Dun actually do a great engage and be a great front line there? We see Seven Agar already checking those bushes, which is already something I picked up with Twisted Minds that never actually flourished on the side of Major Pride is because both of these teams are very similar in their playstyle and knowledge, but we saw that Major Pride never really checked bushes, never really sort of threw abilities into the unknown, which sometimes can really stop a huge gank take place against you. So again, Twisted Minds showing a little bit more of a knowledge here, or just potentially Coach Orange just giving them a little bit more of these little nuggets of wisdom that can really stop you getting completely wiped out or taking L's where you shouldn't have to, where you can limit the losses for your team. But yeah, I really don't know what to say about FUT Chaos's team comp. We've never actually seen anything like this yet within the Season 1 Invitational, so I'm really interested. I'm really excited, but also scared. It's a really weird feeling I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, this is how I feel when I play and watch most games in Honor of Kings as well. There's just so much action that can happen. There's so much intensity in short moments of time that it does leave you out of breath at different moments of the game. So I'm pretty sure that's what Twisted Minds is feeling right now. You know, 0-1 down in this best of 5, not the best of starts, but looking to redeem themselves in game number 2 here.
Yeah, if you hear any hyperventilating noises on the broadcast, everybody tuning in, it's not us gasping for our life. It is
Absolutely
just us becoming breathless with whatever goes on or whatever's being cooked here by FUT Chaos. But just coin on what you were saying there, Zero, that yes, already they got a gold lead on the side of FUT Chaos. Yes, it's not big, but we see that the lane domination is definitely going on the side of FUT Chaos here. They're definitely pushing these minions a little harder. They're able to rotate a little bit quicker. Do-Chan looking to go rotate and help Dun, but also potentially go down to the farm lane. But Bawadi might be the first victim again for the first blood, and Snape beautifully setting up that kill there for FUT Chaos, taking the first blood for them once again.
Yeah, it seems to be the same story again. It's just Snape killing the Dun. It's regardless whether it's in the hands of Falcon. Oh no, they killed Bawadi, not the Dun. But yeah, in fact, it seems like Snape has the number of Bawadi over and over again. It happened in game 1. Where he got that solo kill. Granted, this wasn't really fully a solo kill, but it was already well set up before Naur even arrived at the scene. So here we see FUT Chaos invading the jungle. They put all 5 members here trying to take away the Sage Golem buff away from the side of Twisted Minds, and they will get it on the Nakaruru, which will allow them to play much more aggressively when their own Sage Golem buff is down.
Yeah, it's like they're almost kind of making the statement FUT Chaos here. It's like, you can take a side lane from us. We're going to take your Sage buff, which we will hold dearly to us, especially on a hero like Nakamura as well, who relies on those fast cooldowns, relies on that mana, but it also opens up a little bit of a crucial intel on the side of FUT Chaos. Stealing that camp gives them the timer on their mini-map as well, but Snape looking pretty close for comfort there. Manages to disengage from the Dun.
Yeah, a little close there, almost falling if he missed one of his kills. 7 Nagar taking a lot of damage from Naur, but able to escape. That is the strength of the Do-Chan, a very flashy hero, can move in and out, but it's interesting to see 7 Nagar going for the flash instead of things like the weaken or the purify that she can use to debuff against the crowd control that comes from FUT Chaos. Oh, they're going for a kill here with the Marco Polo, but Twisted Jin taking a lot of damage already, but able to survive with the Yaria providing him the shields, and they do secure the Tyrant right now. So already a better game than game number 1 at this point in time for the side of Twisted Minds, but let's see if they are able to continue on with playing this well.
Arguably, yes, definitely, especially with that Tyrant pickup, especially with taking down Snape as well. But Nakamaru straight from the Overlord, straight onto the Sage buff. She gets it again, so Falcon being starved, not only of oxygen, because they don't know where these plays are going to come from, but being starved of the Sage buff as well. We could argue that it's not as detrimental onto a hero like Falcon, but it's always going to affect your tempo in the game as well, because Dun already has quite low cooldowns on his ability anyway, and in terms of the mana, his skills aren't generally that taxing. But as you're farming, you're going to be using it at a rate that most of these heroes in the other lanes won't be, because all they have to do is just take down those singular waves, whereas Dun has got to try and find a gank, use his ultimate over the wall, make sure he's got the mana as well. It always affects it, but to some heroes in the jungle, not always a detriment, but again, a detriment to the tempo of the jungle player regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. It is still pretty quiet in terms of the towers. They haven't really gotten a lot of the map on both ends. They're still trying to poke and prod, trying to take a favorable team fight from the side of, well, both sides in fact. And that will be a start. Bawadi does fall down, but the Vanguard is already almost dead, so they're not going to be able to capitalize on that takedown. So it's going to be a little bit more farming for both sides.
Yeah, we got the Sage buff up, and Nakamaru is on the Clash lane there. Will there be a 2v1 invade onto the Sage buff here? No, it looks like they're going to prioritize taking a side lane, even though they really opened it up for Twisted Minds to try and take that first side lane on the side of the farm lane. It then shows that FUT still has that control over the enemy team and over the game overall, because they were able to just set the pace, get the objective when they want to get it, and that's the harsh reality of when the game is definitely in your favor, is you can control when you get an objective, when you don't need to get that Sage buff that you've been starving your enemy team for. That really shows the dominance of FUT within this matchup.
Absolutely, it is just very, in terms of the goal, it isn't terrible right now. Only a 2,000 difference. That split up against 5 heroes is only one small component of your item, but this is going to be a 5-man fight. We see now we're trying to cut towards the back line, but it is Falcon towards the front. He's not going to be very easy to take down. Now we're taking a lot of damage from the Marco Polo already, so they have that going for them. This Marco Polo is starting to rack up in terms of damage, but meanwhile mid lane Bawadi being chased down by Snape as well as Lost. Again, the Byron as well as the Dun, they are effectively acting as the front line for their team, and we see Ryuga as well as Void having to port away, barely surviving there in the bottom lane engagement. Now we're trying to escape, but Guan Yu is not easy to chase down, but they managed to get him anyways. 7 Agar gets the kill, but it was really just 5 people laying down the damage on towards the Guan Yu, and they might be able to take the first tower of the game for themselves, the mid tier 1 tower. Oh no, it's just going to be defended here by Ryuga and Void.
I feel really slow here, but Noir has gone up into the Clash lane rather than Void. Void is their Clash laner.
Yeah, they have switched it up since the last day of the...
the last game. Last game, Noir was the RNG, I think, if I remember correctly. So, interesting enough that they've switched the roles of 2 of their players here. Maybe Noir has a bit of a better grasp on the Guan Yu, it seems.
Yeah, he has been also playing the... For what I remember, he has been playing the marksman. Like, remember a game from him on the Huangzhong? That was one of my more noticeable games, but they have switched him up a bit and put him on the Clash lane for the past few games already. So a little bit dynamic, having a teammate that can play multiple roles, so you can switch him up. But meanwhile, mid lane 7 Agar popping the ultimate, trying to take the fight into Void as well as Ryuga, and with the sustains that the Yaria can provide, that constant shield is going to be very crucial for her to stay alive. At top lane, Bawadi is going to get knocked down. Now we're using the tower and the knockback perfectly. What Guan Yu lacks in damage, with the displacement, he's able to get the kill.
Yeah, that was beautifully executed there by Noir, just pushing and using the skill as push for Guan Yu, but then using the power and the domination of the turrets, clearing out the side of Twisted Mind. So Bawadi getting killed by a mixture of Guan Yu's abilities, not quite the most damaging, but the turret was punishing nonetheless. They do trade that second tier turret in the Clash lane for the farm lane there, and a little bit more of an attention to detail for those watching at home. We see that Ari's rocking the new Hello Kitty skin that was released today, I believe.
Yeah, definitely want to flex one way or another. Sometimes.
Very nice graphics on that skin there. Beautifully done from the design team as well. But less about bigging up the devs. We should be bigging up FUT Chaos here. That's just me going off a bit of a tangent thinking, oh, pretty. But yes, FUT Chaos definitely still showing major control here. Major influence within match. Not the quickest of games that I thought it was going to be, especially with this team comp, but I also feel like the team comp's at the detriment of what Twisted Mind has here. A little bit more traditional in their picks, but Fawadi getting traditionally picked off again. That was the only first blood, but he's been faltering to many ganks up in that clash lane, and as well, many of these engages. There's one you going in with the push onto Jin, and Vian gets a DOT onto Vulcan there, just to give a bit of aid of movement speed to close the kill onto Guan Yu, but damage still going across over to Void. And the only thing really pushing here is Snape from behind again, but we don't want to be seeing Snape dive in on this 4v1 just to pick up the done.
Yeah, the damage from the Marco Polo is starting to rack up, not to mention Sevnagar on the Diao Chan as well. This is where the Diao Chan really shines, is that this mid to late game scenario where she's not easy to be bursted down, able to be very sticky and constant in team fights. The magical burst from her is huge as well. But one thing that FUT Chaos has is that Sun Bin with the silence and with the Diao Chan not going for the Purify talents, she might be picked off if she's not careful with avoiding the Sun Bin silence, which is not an easy thing to do. That range is huge.
It is definitely huge, and it has a great utility within those team fights, as we've just seen there as well. But we're not seeing as flashy as Snape, but I feel like that's because we've not been able to set up as many kills or as many ganks as we'd like to, because there is definitely a lacking of front line on the side of FUT Chaos, and we called this out in the draft. So Snape really having to take a little bit of a backseat here from the flashy plays, it seems. But still, great macro from Snape, regardless. He can't quite get those flashy plays, but at least his macro's there. He's pushing these minions in the clash lane, making sure they keep rotating, doing damage. A lot of damage going over to Dun there, Vulcan, sorry, having to get out of there. There's Nakamaru coming in out of nowhere, just KOing with that ultimate combo there. And once again, Snape coming in, as I just picked off, saying, look, he's not being very flashy, but look, he's being very flashy. He's turned on his flash on his phone. And with the help of Nakamaru, picking up a double kill there for Lost. Very well played by FUT Chaos, and picking up that mid turret as well. And it looks like FUT Chaos aren't quite done there.
Yeah, with the Siege Breaker, Nakaru does so much damage, but nice pick off coming from the side of Twisted Minds with the kill on towards the Sun Bin. Jin is starting to get to that critical stage. He's 10,000 net worth basically, and that is going to allow him to deal a lot of pure and physical damage towards the side of FUT Chaos. They have to watch out. They effectively don't have a front line, with the Guan Yu not having a fantastic game. He has played fantastic, but his net worth is not in a position where he can act as the primary tank, and Marco Polo definitely can just burst through him at any time he wants.
Yes, definitely. Just having a quick look at those layouts for the team here. So a lot of those CC boots coming through, which we naturally thought anyway, because of looking at Twisted Minds team comp. There is way more CC on their side than there is on FUT Chaos. So also to pick up that magic defense for themselves, for the likes of the Dio-chan as well as the Yari, who doesn't do much damage, but still it's a little bit of an output with that magical damage. They do pick up the Tyrant also as well, and are they going to pick up another kill onto Fawadi, who seems to be just like one of those lost little sheep in the field, and he's always getting picked off by the wolves. That is FUT Chaos, and there is another kill onto Falcon for Guan Yu, giving him some of that economic boost for himself, which we were just speaking of as well. So again, FUT Chaos just on the prowl. They have the hero selection to be on the prowl. They've got the aggressive Ali with the retreat. They've got the Nakamaru. They've got the Mai as well, getting pushed into the middle of both of these turrets. Sevnagar looking pretty low. Also, Bien getting taken down. Yaria goes bye-bye. Jane Doe getting taken down there like a deer in the headlights. Also under the crystals with all the high ground turrets still up. Snape still managed to get a kill onto Sevnagar as well. That was fantastically executed by Snape, and I expect nothing less.
Yeah, the strength of the Wolfpack lies in numbers, and that's exactly what FUT Chaos brought. They brought the numbers to each individual skirmish. It was just 5 versus 2 and then 5 versus 3, and there's nothing that Twisted Minds can really do about it because of how aggressive FUT Chaos are playing on their side of the map. And they managed to bring down 4 out of 5, managed to take down the tier 3 tower as well. And without the numbers advantage, you know, Twisted Minds isn't able to secure any other objectives after that decent mid game. But right now it is the 16-minute mark. It lost another Shadow Overlord, and this will mean more map pressure coming towards the top as well as the bottom lane.
Yeah, I do have to give a quick little shout out to Jin there before anything takes place with the highest gold there on the side of Twisted Minds. A really great farm up from this player in game 2, but another takedown onto Vulcan. Vulcan and Mawadi really taking the brunt of FUT Chaos here, but speaking of taking the brunt, the Wolves come through and take out Jin again. So Jin goes down. That's another big damage output taken down on the side of Twisted Minds. And it's just Mawadi. Mawadi's down. Sevenagar looking to join the party in the graveyard, as well as VN as well. It is a team wipe once again on the side of FUT Chaos, taking the crystal and taking game 2.
FUT Chaos are just really putting on the pressure right now on the side of Twisted Minds. 2-0 in this series, and when you're one game away from being eliminated, that's going to be a lot of pressure on your mind. And with FUT Chaos being the last Turkish team standing in this tournament, they have to be feeling the pressure themselves, and maybe that's why they're performing extra aggressive, extra well today, and they are playing like their lives depends on it, which it actually does, but they are doing a great job of just bringing the aggression to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's a huge pressure on the side of FUT Chaos here, because they've kind of, thanks to the mercy of Alpha 7 picking up VJK, obviously they couldn't pick up FUT Chaos, and FUT Chaos was able to pick their enemies. They kind of left open a smaller team within the pool there. So a great shark taking on what could potentially be seen as an eloquent dolphin would be kind to Twisted Minds there. But again, we're seeing these non-conventional team comps coming through on the side of FUT Chaos, because they know what's going on. They know how to finish these games. And with the likes of the players being able to switch up the roles there between Noir and Void, you can really tell that this team is starting to show that they have it all.
Absolutely, they are on a roll at the moment. The first game they look warmed up. Right now they look like they're on fire on the side of FUT Chaos. You know, a completely different draft compared to what they had in the game 1, but they used the Guan Yu to perfection, being able to separate the team fights and allow them to get those easy pickoffs, which is going to be super quick and simple because they got the Nakaruru, they've got the Mai Shiranui, a lot of single target burst damage, and that's all they really need to burst down one hero and go on to the next.
Yeah, if we look at the overall performance of Twisted Minds, it's again showing the fact that they've warmed up a little bit now, and they've also improved with not only getting the kills, but the objectives as well. So they actually finally managed to get a turret onto the cards, but also getting 3 of the jungle objectives as well. So not quite the stunning 5 jungle objectives on the side of FUT Chaos, but we see Snape picking up his 3rd MVP, putting him now in the top 3 of those that have the most MVPs, which is great for the Turkish team, but also scary for One, because One may not pick up an MVP today, and Snape still has a chance of picking up another. He could be put into the 2nd spot and push himself past the Brazilian player.
Yeah, this is Snape's 3rd MVP for this tournament. He is inching closer and closer to the top spot. Right now, he's tied with One at 2nd place for most MVPs in the tournament. I mean, the lead is still held there by Benignus with 5, but if One is able to get another one, he's going to get one step closer to getting close to the top spot.
In the words of DJ Khaled, and another one for Snape there. So let's see if he can manage to pull up another MVP for himself within this knockout stage, because there is still another game, or still potentially another 3 rounds if Twisted Mind manage to improve on this next game, which will be game 3. But this was just beautifully orchestrated. Was the high grounds were still all there, and the crystal was there as well, and there was just so like, we know where these bounds of these high grounds are, we know where the crystal cannot touch us, and they played around it so beautifully. But Chaos really showing the domination and the ferocity that they've been showing throughout the entire of Season 1 Invitational.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been just cookie cutter for Chaos, right? Playing with aggression, playing fast. It doesn't matter if they're playing a team fight heavy comp, it doesn't matter if they're playing a single target comp. They are sticking to their guns, which is bringing the aggression to your face and, you know, taking what comes with that. And they've done fantastically so far, top of Group A, and looking to take this series 3-0. But let's see if the side of Twisted Minds has anything to say about it after this break.
Come on! Here's you, the crybaby. This is Xiao Yu. Pinky swear, we promise. Brothers always stay together.
Huh? Schwanza. The wild goose leaves in autumn.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns. Below the Great Wall lies mine.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the knockout stages of Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1 2024 in Turkey. Those new joining online and in the venue, my name is Blam, and with me as always is my partner in crime in the Honor of Kings Gorge, Zero. How's it going?
Doing great here, Blam. We are able to witness Turkey's last hope Turkey's last hope for Chaos in a comfortable 2-0 lead in this best of 5 series at the moment. They just need one more game, they just need one more win to clinch their spot in the semifinals. And at the moment, it seems like they do have Twisted Mind's number, and they should be in a comfortable position to be able to reach the semifinals. While on the side of Twisted Minds, they look a little bit deflated here. Not sure if they have given up hope yet, but with their coach giving them that feedback, giving them that coaching as he's supposed to do, let's hope that they're able to find another win in the book for them to force this to game number 4.
Absolutely. I mean, they are Turkey's last hope, but the hope shines bright currently with that 2-0 victory so far. And there's a little wave from their coach there. Nicely done. But as usual, we get in the very female-centric bands come through again. Princess Frost, Dio-chan, the Chao, sorry, and there it is. There's the Mai, so it means that the Dolia is up for grabs. And it's looking like Vien is going to pick up the Dolia after playing the Yaria.
Yeah, they are going to pick up that support hero from the side of Twisted Minds. Having to ban out the Mai this time, give respect to Snape, who has played phenomenally for the past 2 games on the Mai. And that allows them also to pick up being the first pick advantage. You ban out the Mai, then you pick up the Dolia. While FUT Chaos is going for another route, picking up the Byron and the Mozu as their opening 2 picks.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where this Mozu goes in, because we've seen it in the mid lane as well as the support role, so only time will tell where this flex pick is going to last. But Twisted Minds picking up the Dio-chan and the Dun again. It's the double D, actually it's triple D, Dolia, Dio-chan, Dun coming through on the side of Twisted Minds. They are looking to keep this Dun pick coming through, try and test it, but how much more can this Dun pick actually do?
Yeah, again, we've been critical about picking the Dun at all, if any, and so far it shows in the stats. The Dun hasn't really been doing fantastic in most of the games. It's one of the highest picked heroes, but with the least amount of win rates at the moment. It's sitting at sub 40% win rate with over 70% picked in terms picks and bans in terms of the games. So I don't know about picking it again right now for Twisted Minds. It didn't work the last game, but it could be one of the heroes that, you know, Twisted Minds have been scrimming with, and they're trying to stick with their guns. But if it hasn't worked for the past 2 games, I don't know if going back for the same hero is going to be the saving grace for game number 3.
Yep, I mean, they say it is sticking to your guns, but they are sticking to their done. With the ban of Lamb and Fang there. Terrible pun by me. Sorry, broadcast. I don't mean to make you witness all my terrible puns, but unfortunately that is me. And then we see the Marco Polo and the Durenji ban come through as well, and we get a little bit of a change in the jungle here, but it only suits it correctly on the likes of Lost, because we saw him on Lamb in the first game, Nakumaru in the second game, and now we get him Pei in the third game. Once again, a very high gank potential hero.
Yeah, that Pei is gonna be played very aggressively, and that's just been FUT Chaos's game plan, right? Play aggressive, play your opponent's map, and then take the favorable fights from there. Take the objectives after winning the fights as well. That has been proving to work so far for them, and I don't see why they need to stop doing the things that are working for them. While Twisted Minds are going for yet another route, going for the Lady Sun, and with the Lian Po as their Clash Lane or jungle.
Yes, sir. Lady Sun with that late game energy, and then Lian Po. We don't see this hero come through enough. I feel like the potential within team fights with Lian Po, with the CC, with the damage from all of his ultimate laydown, so he goes through his ultimate 3 times, and finally for the sake of Zero, show you coming through on the side of FUT Chaos.
My prayers have been answered. We finally get to see the Shoyu as well as the Mozu combination. I promise you, Blam, it's going to be amazing. But if it's not amazing, it's definitely not that bad for us as well, because that means Twisted Minds has won a game and we are going to game number 4. So win-win scenario in my book.
Absolutely. I mean, the amount of the times we've been witnessed or having to be exposed to the CGI or the amazing trailer of Shoyu, Swansea, sorry. I think it's only fair that this hero comes through finally, and I'm very happy for you, and I'm very happy to see it paired with the Mozu as well, because when you were seeing this hero picture come through, it's definitely aided by the likes of a hero like Mozu. And Twisted Minds definitely going for a interesting team comp, because a lot of that is solid. So the Dio-chan quite solid. We saw the Dio-chan come through quite often. In that last game, Lady Sun means you have to get to the late game for her to be farmed up. But we saw the potential on Jin, because last game Marco Polo had a great economic game because he had the most gold throughout the entire team. It was actually pairing, I think it was like the 3rd highest gold within the actual game as well. So both of the top 2 being on the side of FUT Chaos naturally, and then Marco Polo being 3rd is a great place to be. You just got to play that Lady Sun like that. But then also paired up with that Dolia, being able to give those double ultimates everywhere. The opera of Honor of Kings. You get it ult, you get it ult. Lian Po getting 2 ults could be massive for engages.
5 seconds.
Definitely, that crowd control is nothing to be scoffed at. You got the Dolia already that provides a little bit of knockup and crowd control paired up with the Lian Po. That's going to be team fight central for the side of Twisted Minds, and let's see if that's enough to bring them to a game number 4, because right now all stakes are off, right? All bets are off. They need this win in order to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see them actually pick up a round, because we haven't seen any more of these best of 3s go the way that we wanted them to go, which is a best of 5, sorry, to go the way that we want them to go, which is a full best of 5. But we could see it here. I mean, the potential of Twisted Fates team comp, like I've already said, already stated, that it is strong, but however, FUT.Chaos already causing chaos within the blue side jungle of the Gorge, picking up that Sage buff, and Bawadi, in true Bawadi fashion, getting victim of the first blood.
Damn, the aggression is staple, especially when you have something like the pay, but what Falcon is doing is fantastic. He's doing the next best thing, which is, you know, you steal my jungle, I'll steal yours. He manages to get the blue buff on the enemy side, and that's going to help him keep himself in the game. But here, you might see the Dolia in some trouble. Bien dropping down very low, Snape trying to finish her off. Not enough, but Nauer will be the one to secure that kill. And that's going to allow them to continue on this pressure. 7 Nagar, no ultimate yet. Bawadi also not level 4 at the moment, and they're trying to fight back. Last dropping down very low towards the tower. But Ryuga will be the one to snipe him off, but not before the pay does fall.
Yeah, thank you, Turret, for that kill on the side of Twisted Mind. You will be remembered fondly within this game. Shoryu having to run away from that because he has not only Jin there, but Falcon as well. Snape with the rotate on the Ganmo. Very interesting to see Snape on this champ, but Void with the snipe onto Jin. Wasn't quite expecting that, done with the re-engage, thanks to the ultimate of Dun. Muzi with the long-range stud pay over the wall as well. We saw that coming. What a snipe from downtown, and another stun from just across the city of Muzi coming through again. This FUT.Chaos team comp is a lot different from game 2. They have the long-range harassment that they can have on this one, but they also have the Pi and the Byron if they want to get stuck in there like they've been doing throughout the entire of Season 1 Invitational.
Yeah, they definitely want to get stuck in there, especially in their enemy's jungle. The Sage Golden buff once again contested by Tree and gets taken. No, Falcon able to smite it just in time. Yenpo is already level 4, so he's itching for a fight, but he doesn't go for it at the moment because he knows he does not have the numbers in this top lane, because the Leah as well as this Lady Sun is just still trying to fight against Void. Another snipe is gonna come through. He's gonna connect. Nope, it's gonna miss out on Jin.
Yeah, it's the only trade-off with Shoryu, especially playing in a competitive scene, is that some of those bullets are going to miss, but it's okay, don't worry about it, you don't have to be tilted. But already looking like a fantastic game for FUT.Chaos going into what could potentially be their last win that they need to secure themselves into the semi-finals. Nice knockback back by Ruga, as well as a rotation arranged by Snape. If they committed to that, they would have been able to try and get the kill onto Dolia, but Dolia is going to be here now with the help of Dun, Dio-chan, and Lady Sun. Oh, the whole gang is here, so Bawadi can get 2 ults because Dolia is here as well. There's 1 ult. Is he going to refresh another one? Yes, he has, but it's a little bit of a wasted double ult there because he's been shifted away from the team fight, and then Shoryu getting another dunk onto Bawadi again. That is a 3-1 trade to FUT.Chaos.
Yeah, the Page is going ham and deep into the fight there, allowing them to get 2 kills. They only lost the pay, which is not great, but now they do have that late game potential with the Shoye. They're trying to dive behind the tower. Look at the setup coming from now. They don't see him. The snipe gets Jin immediately, and they're going to get the Dolia under the tower as well. And this combination is both lethal and scary at the same time. They get the tier 1 tower after those 2 kills, and Void showcasing and letting us know why we need to pick this combination more.
Yeah, these Shoryu snipes coming through are definitely keeping me on my toes. I'm like, is it going to connect? Is it going to completely throw the team fight off? And most times already, it definitely has thrown those team fights off because we saw the potential of what Dolia and Liam Poe have here. But again, are they going to show the potential here? Don't going in onto Noir to try and stay open at the 7 Agar, but once again, Mozu getting the kill onto Dio-chan. Falcon goes down. Double kill for your support player right now. Why is the support stacking up these kills? This should be criminal.
I heard it.
Yeah, when Void hits the shot, the enemy is always already low on health, so it takes a little bit more to finish them off, and finish them off they shall, with the pay and the Void getting another kill, another snipe, another tower, and potentially another win for the side of FUT Chaos. The long range burst damage is absolutely huge when you got the Mozu, the gun and more, and right now, along with that, you got Void on your Shoei as well.
Yeah, they're really showing here for Chaos that they just want to finish this game very quick. It's not something that we thought would be over quick, but the way that the Muzi, Gammo, and Shoyu are all performing and all with their placement as well is definitely showing the potential of what this team comp could do going into the semi-finals. If we see this again, it could be a travesty for whoever's playing against FUT Chaos.
Oof. That was shot from the parking lot. Down goes Vien, down goes Joseria, down goes your second ultimate. So Vien will only have to be able to play with one. And one is already gone. The snipe's gonna connect. Bawadi dropping out very low, but 7nagar will be the one to fall. Oh, the flicker rain from Snape, absolutely aggressive, getting the kill on towards 7nagar there. But in the end, 4 versus 2 at the moment, trying to hold on to the tier 3 tower is not going to be long for his world.
Yeah, pre-10 minutes, down goes the high ground turret as well. Nawai getting stuck in with this Byron. Byron still got his, actually his ultimate's on cooldown at the moment, so he doesn't quite have that massive amount of shield, but Void doing that damage from a long distance is definitely aiding these interactions on the side of FUT Chaos. Dao-chan trying to go in to try and isolate Ryuga from his team, but it's just not going to happen. He is pouncing away with his Saint Seiya skin as well, which was, again, a beautiful collaboration so far going on with it. Honor of Kings. But FUT Chaos already 19 kills in 7 minutes.
Yeah, and 10,000 network lead in 7 minutes. This is probably the biggest lead we've seen all tournament long. Yen dropping down, already down to half health. The snipe coming in once again. Is it going to connect? Nope, he's going to miss on towards Jin, which at this point in the game, with this lead, is probably going to lose half his health if he's just shot with a single snipe coming from Void. So this long range harassment is so annoying. You're trying to take the fight, you're trying to stay healthy, but with the Mozu, with the gun and more just constantly taking shots at you, this is very hard to stand in front and try and take these fights.
I think the thing to take away here is that no one's actually had to face against such a long-range team comp before, and being Twisted Minds already sort of below with the team comps of what they're playing against already, to be completely shifted with 3 out of 5 of your heroes at a long range and are able to close down those kills from a very safe distance. It's something that most of these players probably haven't played against. This is definitely a pocket-picked team comp. Whoop! Kill, whoop! Kill, double kill for both Void and Snape. It's just Jin, Lady, Madame President, Madame Mamselle is having to deal with this Crystal Assault all by herself. Pre-10 minutes, takedown in the quarterfinals, making it FUT Chaos the 3rd semi-finalist in the Season 1 Invitational.
And they definitely looked like they had a lot of fun. They kept taking that win as well. I mean, this comp already looks so fun to play. All you need to do is land a single stun on towards Mozu, the gun and more, and the Shoyu will do the rest. And look at the smiles all around from the Turkish side. They will move on to the semifinals as the sole representative for the Turkish region, and they did it with style.
Absolutely deserve it as well. Because what a great performance throughout the entire of those 3 games, but it was just straight from the get-go with Twisted Minds. It's just a very hard matchup to have, especially going into the quarterfinals, especially knowing that it could be your last time in the tournament. And we do bid farewell to the Saudi team that is Twisted Minds. Valiant effort, though, to the players that have stuck through this, not being able to get a single win onto the board in terms of rounds as well, but like we always say, with teams like this, it is just all about how you go from here, because FUT Chaos have been in similar situations like that on the receiving end. But look at them now, 3-0 into the semi-finals of the Season 1 Invitational.
Yeah, well-deserved win as well. They've been creative, they've been aggressive, they've been flashy, and they are the last hope of the Turkish region, the host country of the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational, and they are definitely a team to be feared. And a 3-0 win, sure, against Twisted Minds. They are not the toughest team in the world at the moment. They have been learning, they have been growing throughout the tournament, but this was just absolute dismantling from the side of FUT Chaos. I mean, look at the score lines: 8-0-5 on Void, 5-0-14 on Ryuga on the Mozu, and the entire team composition looks really scary.
Oh, I mean, scary. You can't even see them because the range is so far away, so you've got nothing to be scared of facing you there right in your face. It's just sort of like, I'm going into a team fight. I've got no health. A second shot. I'm dead. So I really hope that Void gets the MVP there, because he really did pick up that Shoyu pick and really showed its potential there, especially paired with the Mozu and the Ganmo, because if the Mozu stun doesn't hit you, Gammo's going to hit you, then Void's going to come through with a quick scope, no scopes on the likes of the hero Shoyu. So there we go, MVP to FUT Void with an 8-0-5 onto a debut of a hero that we've been waiting since day one.
Yo, that, this hero definitely has been very underrated in this entire tournament. How many times, Blam, have you said, Shoyu will be perfect for this team? Why don't you pick Shoyu right here? And FUT Chaos showcases why this marksman should be picked a lot more than it has. I mean, it's absolutely, just mind-boggling for me that this is the first time it's picked this late into the tournament. Basically, the last few games of the knockout stages for the first round, and it's finally seen the light of day. And what a way to have your hero debut with an MVP in this match.
Yeah, we can only really hope that it sets the momentum now for other teams to be like, actually, we've never considered Shoyu now, but our farm lane is actually a really good player, so I really hope that we can pick this hero and do just as much justice as Void did there, because that was Void's first MVP as well. So for that hero to have a debut one in the tournament and pick up your first MVP, Void is going to be feeling on top of the world right now.
Absolutely. I mean, this game has just been a masterclass of aggression. I mean, this entire series has just been a masterclass from FUT Chaos. How to play aggressive, how to play in your opponent's face, starve them, just choke them out and take the win from there. And they are looking like a force to be reckoned with coming to the semifinals. Because if they are showing this much ferocity right now, imagine what they will do going up against the likes of Vivo Keystars or the side of Major Pride, which they may face up next.
Yeah, but fortunately, that's the thing that leaves so much to be sought for, is the fact that FUT Chaos actually hasn't played against any of the Brazilian teams yet. So that really it just excites me even more, just to know that they are going to go into the semi-finals and potentially play against VKS in the semi-finals match. So we're actually going to finally see the top of the creme de la creme of the Turkish teams go against the Brazilian teams, potentially, if Major Pride don't pull out a major win on their side.
Yeah, the next matchup is definitely an expected tough match there for Major Pride. They like Twisted Minds, they have yet to get a single win on the board. They'll be going in 0-6 into that best of 5 series. And Vivo Keystars, sure, they have looked vulnerable against Alpha 7, but in the other matches they were as dominant as expected. So it's not a very fair matchup, as I would say, in the next upcoming series, because obviously being the second seed, you get to be able to select your opponents, and they logically have selected the weakest opponent on the other group, while Alpha 7 wanted a little bit more of a challenge, went for the strongest opponent they could have picked. But no fault in that. All's fair in loves and war, and as well as tournaments, because that is how the cookie crumbles. You have to be able to beat the best to be one of the best. And FUT Chaos, after this series, definitely looking like they deserve a name in that conversation as well.
Definitely. I mean, I think it's very fair in terms of how these teams have been able to set up a great quarterfinals for themselves because they played their darndest in the group stages. So because they've done that, they're able to set up a bit of an easier stage for themselves, which you're going to want to. If you can make things, your journey easier to almost get in that $300,000, you're going to do whatever it takes. But like you say, with Alpha 7, they're a different cookie because they decided, you know what, we want a bit of a challenge all the way through this tournament. And they've definitely showed that they are ready for the challenge and showed that they were the first semi-finals to be qualified, going on to fight Star Wars Esports tomorrow, which is going to be fantastic. I cannot wait for that. But just a little bit of an overview of that FUT Chaos game. Just beautifully handled by the team, but we can really see that third game was really FUT Chaos through and through, because game 1 and game 2 there was a little bit of a toying with Twisted Minds, allowing the games to get to 15, 16 minutes, but then after that with game 3 was really like, okay, if they really want to lose, they're going to lose to the true face of FUT Chaos, and that was it.
Yeah, it's just been an amazing knockout stage so far. We've witnessed a lot of new heroes being debuted in the knockout stages, much less than the group stages, of course. But this has been still very eye-opening and entertaining to see. And I'm pretty sure the viewers would have had a lot of fun watching some of these new heroes pop out and being played. So yeah, I mean, FUT Chaos is 1 foot through the door. They are in the semi-finals. They will be potentially facing one of the strongest teams in the entire world, if not only the region as well of Brazil. That is going to be Vivo Keystars, and they will have their work cut out for them to prepare for that matchup as well. But we will be hearing from FUT Chaos very soon with the post-game interview. Blam, what FUT Chaos have given us some very entertaining interviews so far. What do you think their feelings will be when they find out they'll be playing up against Vivo Keystars next?
I mean, the way the other interviews are gone for the winners, it's been a YouTube guide for some of these heroes. So maybe instead of Princess Frost getting a guide, maybe we'll see my guide. But we're going to be seeing it now, and it is Snape on stage with the winning interview.
Bugünün ilk karşılaşmasında kazanan FUT Chaos oldu ve temsilcimiz artık yarı finalde. Biz de şimdi Snape ve Coach Whooping'le birlikteyiz. Merak ettiklerimizi soracağız. Elbette tebrik edeceğiz. Snape'le başlayalım isterseniz. Snape, aynı zamanda MVP oldun. Neler hissediyorsun? Çok net bir galibiyet elde ettiniz bugünkü rakip karşısında.
Snape, congratulations. Today you managed to score a really quick victory as well, and you managed to win MVP as well. So can you tell us about your feelings in this moment?
Tabii ki yarı finale geçtiğimiz için mutluyuz. Maçlar hakkında çalıştığımız oyunları yaptık. Yani bildiğimiz gibi kendi oyunumuzu olabildiğince uygulamaya çalıştık 3 maçta da. Ve üçünde de aslında beklediğimiz gibi gitti biraz. Yani kendi antrenmanlarda uyguladığımız plan ve taktikleri uyguladık. Ve başarılı da olduk. Ve beklediğimiz gibi kesin galibiyetler aldık.
I'm of course very excited and happy to be in the semi-finals. Everything went as expected. We studied, we practiced really hard, and it paid off. It wasn't surprising for us to win today. It went as expected, and I'm truly happy.
Elbette eşleşmeler de son derece önemli. Biz de merakla bekliyoruz. Sen yarı finalde rakibinizin kim olmasını bekliyorsun. Neden o rakibi düşünüyorsun Snape?
The matchups are of course what we are wondering the most at the moment. So in the semi-finals, who do you expect to be your next opponent?
Yarı finalde ya ST veya VKS ikisinin kazananı gelecek karşımıza. Ben VKS'nin geleceğini düşünüyorum. Yarı finalde VKS ile eşleşeceğimizi düşünüyorum. Ve çok güzel maçlar ortaya çıkacağını düşünüyorum. Çekişmeli ve kafa kafaya çıkan maçlar ortaya çıkacağını düşünüyorum. Ve gün sonunda da takımca finale yükseleceğimizi düşünüyorum.
Of course, it'll be the winner of ST and VKS. We will face the winner of that matchup. But I expect it to be VKS, and despite whoever comes, but it'll probably be VKS. It will be a really head-to-head, really close matchup. But ultimately, I expect for us to be in the finals.
Snape'e teşekkür edelim. Koç Bupik'le devam edeceğiz şimdi. Öncelikle tabii sorumuz şu olacak. Çatışma ve kasma koridorundaki oyuncuların yer değiştirdiğini gördük. Oyun içerisinde bu düzenlemeyi neden tercih ettiniz?
Buping, we saw that the clash lane and the farm lane swapped places during the match. Can you tell us why you made such an arrangement?
Actually, we started these changes from last match with, I guess it is NRX. Yeah, we started these changes because actually lower our farm name is also an experienced Clash Lane player. And Void, his talent is really high. And I see his talent that on farm name, and he's doing really great, as we can see in the games, right?
Aslında biz bu düzenlemeyi bir önceki maçta da NRX mücadelesinde de yapmıştık. Çatışma koridorundaki oyuncumuz aynı zamanda çok iyi bir kasma koridor oyuncusu. Oldukça yetenekli. Orada da değerlendirmeyi düşünüyoruz. Değerlendiriyoruz zaman zaman kendisine. Bu düzenlemeyi de bu yüzden yaptık. Onun yeteneklerini de ortaya çıkarmak istedik.
Turnuvada devam eden tek Türk temsilcisiniz ve sizi çok fazla destekleyen var. Taraftarlara neler söylemek istersiniz?
You're the only remaining Turkish team in the tournament, and you obviously have a lot of Turkish fans watching you at their homes behind their screens. So what would you like to say to those fans that are watching you right now?
First of all, yeah, we will be thankful to all the friends from FUT or from Turkish. And actually, it is just because we are the most experienced team because we have experienced the KIC last year or even the 2022. And we have been prepared for the tournament from maybe last year for this S1 Invitational. And one more thing I want to show, actually, there are no difference between Turkish or, as we said, the Chinese player is the best now in Hawk. But actually, there's no such big difference. If you are hardworking, I see the talents from the Turkish players too. And actually, we can see in the last match, the first game, the match lineup is also. They told me about this with Mozi, Gammo, and Soya. Yeah, it is popular in Chinese server, but I never told them, but they just invent us. So actually, we have that talent. So I want all the Turkish players to be hardworking on hockey. And hockey is really a good game, and it will be a prolonged game. Yeah, sure. And I want to do a last advertising.
Of course, go ahead.
Yeah, first we will form the best Turkish team. And all talented players will be welcomed. Okay.
Bit of a long answer, but I'll try my best. Öncelikle dedi ki yani bizim burada olmamızın sebebi evet son kalan Türk takımıyız ve birçok fanımız var. İzleyiciler de tabii ki bizi takip ediyor, destekliyor. Ama burada olmamızın yani bu denli yükseklerde olmamızın sebebi çok sıkı çalışıyor olmamız ve buradaki en deneyimli takımlardan bir tanesi olmamız. KIC tecrübemiz var. Bir senedir, geçen seneden beri bu S1 Invitational'a da hazırlanıyoruz. O yüzden yani çalışmalarımızın ve deneyimimizin aslında meyvesini topluyoruz diyebiliriz. Onun dışında genel olarak oyuncular arasında, bölgeler arasında da çok fark olduğunu, işte Çinli oyuncularla Türk oyuncular arasında çok fark olduğu da söylenebiliyor. Ama bu doğru değil. Siz sıkı çalışıyorsanız, oyunu takip ediyorsanız, özen gösteriyorsanız tabii ki yeteneklerinizi gösterebilirsiniz. Ben burada da oldukça yetenekli oyuncularla oynuyorum, vakit geçiriyorum. Aynı zamanda metaya da şekil veriyor bu oyuncular. Yani popüler olsa bile, Çin'de popüler olsa bile çok kullanılmayan işte Mozi olsun, Ganemnuma olsun, Shoya gibi kahramanları da burada gördüğümüz oluyor dedi. Ve son olarak da artık yanlış da hatırlamıyorsam son olarak da FUT olarak buraya yani en iyi Türk takımını kurmaya geldik. Çok yetenekli oyunculara sahibiz diye de ekledi. Umuyorum ki bir şey kaçırmamışımdır. Thank you for your answer and thank you for being here.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Can, sana da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Tabii ki maç sonundaki röportajlarımız devam edecek. Şimdilik sözü sunucularımıza bırakalım.
Silence. Here that we saw in the first game, no, the second game, sorry, so it's going from not longer than it did before, but we're already getting a 1-1 trade from Mijo and Boom. Bob's looking like he's in trouble. Wawa getting a lot of shield there from the items it seems, the Boogie at 0-3-0-7.
With that item, Mega operated! Not much new damage. Not very competitive down to the second top. Byron goes straight towards the back line, knocks up to Ragnar dropping low, and will fall as well. Along with the damage, only she members left alive. This trying to do the best he can, but Ryu will fall. Here comes the lab, and there goes the lab as well. Immunity for him to come on. Soups goes there. Thanks to BJK Liz, but then Monkey is into the back of the queue there. Trying to pick off the squishier champions. Mutler comes through to aid a sack. Noble cause, and we see Monkey taken down.
Here's you, the crybaby. This is Xiao Yu. Pinky swear, we promise. Brothers always stay together.
But no matter how far it flies, it always returns. Below the Great Wall lies mine.
I heard there's a mermaid in this area.
Out of 10 Navinians, 11 would tell you that they've heard the mermaid singing.
I wouldn't mind hearing it too.
La la la la. La la la la. La la la la la. La la.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational Knockout Stage 2024 in Turkey. Today I am Blam and with me is Zero. How's it going How are you feeling going into this next best of 5?
It feels like we are finishing a chapter in a book and about to head to another chapter. And this chapter, this entire book would not have been possible without our fantastic sponsor, Infinix. All the players are playing on the Infinix GT 10 Pro, which is innate to be the most professional choice for gamers who are fighting with kings. All sensory game engine and high refresh rate immerse you in the purest gaming experience. And the final chapter of the book here, Blam, is Vivo Keystars going up against Major Pride as our last game in this round of 8 for the knockout stages.
Absolutely, and in that winning interview from Snape on the side of FUT Chaos, he was asked, who do you think's more likely going to win it? And he was like, everything can happen within the best of 5, but he thinks that VKS are going to win it. And speaking of VKS, this is the roll-up of the roster that they have. They have Migin Chi, Wind RG, One in the mid lane, Dani in the jungle, and Niap in the clash lane with Coach Julio.
Yep, that is the Brazilian lineup that has been striking fear in everybody in the group stage, especially in Group B as well. And their opponents have not fared much, have not did very well in the group stages. It is Major Pride with Shiswiski, Alimski, Retsky, Kinesis, and Overlord with Shorty as their coach. They have yet to take a single map win so far, and they are looking to try and get one win against the Brazilian powerhouses.
Yes, I mean, we don't know how delightful that is going to be, especially when you got to the likes of some of the players of FUT Chaos saying that it's definitely going to be VKS going into the next one. But we remain hopeful. We can only hope that Limsky has some of those LAM plays like we saw in the latter part of the group stages that really shocked us, because we hadn't really saw any kind of performance on this team until that moment. We kind of tried to take them a little bit more serious there. So maybe going into the knockouts and having their backs against the wall, there is going to be something a little bit more in their plays.
Yeah, there's nothing more dangerous than a cornered beast. Major Pride hasn't been looking like a beast throughout the group stages, but that day's rest and preparation might be what they need to send them over the edge. As we do see here, the comparison between Dani and Limsky. Dani has had his great games and had his games where he's just completely shut down. That was especially against Alpha 7, but he's still been trying to find a way to get impact into the game regardless of how well his game has been doing.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a deflation with the game against Alpha 7, like you just said, but then when they went against Star Wars Esports, it was a different kind of beast that came out on that day. So whether it was just a bad day or it was just sort of like, right, let's just get this series overdone with A7 so we can show Star Wars Esports what we can do and that we are going to be the second team in Group B. But that's all been done and written. But what is to be written now is into this next game from Major Pride and VKS. This could either be a closing chapter for either of these two teams. So is the chapter going to be called VKS's victory or the major downfall of Major Pride?
Yeah, this is potentially the last time we'll be seeing the Kazakhstani team racing the stage here in Turkey, but let's hope that they are able to give us a show against Vivo Keystars, who came into the tournament as the champions of Shock VR in 2023, and they will be looking to move on to the semifinals to face up against FUT Chaos, the last remaining Turkish team in this tournament.
Absolutely, and speaking of Alimski's LAM, the LAM has been taken off of the table for Major Pride, and it's looking like Zhang Fei. If this next band isn't the Chow, but it's going to be, I thought that little lady would have got some airtime on International Women's Day, but clearly not. So Princess Frost and the Chow get banned out here. So will we see Mugenshi on the Dolia pick as we've seen before?
It's potentially the opening that they are looking for, but Vivo Keystars are going to snap up what they think is the more important hero for their first pick. That's going to be the Byron. And you know, when you pick up a Dolia, you're not really forced to pick up heroes that has synergy with her, but you want to have that synergy potentially. But if you pick up a Byron as the first pick, you have that flexibility then of countering your opponent's next two picks. Because not all matchups you want that Dolia. Sometimes you want the Little Loot, sometimes you want more single target healing with the Ming. Sometimes you want more crowd control with the Zhang Fei, but here looks like Major Pride with that opening of the Dun as well as the Gan and Mo will open up the board for Vivo Keystars to go with the Kaiser Dolia combination. Very scary duo to face in this tournament.
Yes, very scary, very hairy, and we're getting a retired Dun back onto the board as well. I think it's going to be a long time before we ever get hyped about that Dun pick ever again. Because it's sort of just being one of those picks that you really want to hold onto a Pride, you really want that hero just to really shine in that early game and transfer some of that power onto another hero, but it's just really, it's been a non-starter for the knockout stages. I don't think we've seen a single win be secured on any team that has picked up the Dun in the jungle. But looking at the bans, again, a little bit more of an advancement here. So the Mai gets taken out and the Angela as well. But being able to pick up a Dolia onto the sixth pick is a little bit unheard of, but when it's VKS against Major Pride, I suppose Major Pride aren't gunning to play the Dolia. They would much prefer to have something like the Zhang Fei, with it being an easier one of the support heroes to play and a lot less room for mistakes. Unfortunately, got banned off the table.
Yeah, no Angela, no Mai. There's no Sunbin as well as a Diren Jie. That leaves the marksman pool a little dry here. The Arlie is still in the pool. Lady Sun looks like it will be locked in here for the side of Major Pride. So I think VKS will definitely look to pick up the Arlie here, or perhaps an Alicio. We've seen it paired up with the Dolia as well. I think that was played by Alpha 7 with the Alicio and Dolia combination, so that could be an option for them. Also a great hero against the Lady Sun, but we might see a Huang Zhong, which paired up with the Dolia is also great for that second win on the ultimate. And there it is, there's gonna be the Alicio along with the Mozu last pick towards the mid lane for the side of Vivo Keystars.
Yep, we got the Mozu 2 games in a row, but like you just stated there, it's going to be a switch up of the roles because the Mozu is going to be in the mid lane and Dolia as the support. But we're seeing Ming come through. I think Ming's been banned, but has he been played? I am not too sure on that one there.
I think this is the first time we are seeing Ming on the main stage as a pick. It has been banned once, but this is the first time it has been picked. So this is a new debut for a support hero that has fallen out of favor in the Chinese KIC scene, especially. It doesn't provide as much sustain as a Little Loot if you compare it to just the raw amount of healing. But he's a great protector. He's a great partner to your carry, whether it's a Huang Zhong, whether it's a Lady Sun. He does allow that late game marksman to progress towards the late game. So we get to see a new hero on the board. That's always fun. Major Pride will be the one picking it up though, so I'm not very happy about the win rate that's going to be portrayed after this game. But hey, we might be surprised here with Major Pride making these changes. This is of course game 1 of this best of 5 series, so all bets are still off the table, because this is going to be looking like a very fun match, to say the least.
Yeah, we see a big sacrifice of team fight potential on the side of Major Pride there. The only real engage they have is that Dun, because we're not going to see the engage from the likes of the Charlotte, because Charlotte's generally one of those more warrior, bruiser type heroes that go in as an afterthought, is able to go out and disengage, but then re-engage again. So it's really down to this Dun, and if it's, lack their better words, done anything like the last series, it's going to be a bit of a hard one to navigate and to watch on the side of Major Pride there, because Dun really needs to be that driving force into Major Pride's team fights.
Yeah, the Dun has, I think, lost almost every game since the middle of the group stages, and I don't expect them to get a win here. It is just a hero that feels like a master of none in most scenarios, but maybe paired up with the Ming, that might be the missing link that is looking for, as we do see Overlord just sticking towards Redsky, providing him with the damage buff. That's not something to scoff at. When you give Gun and Mo a high burst hero more damage, that's gonna be great. For those who are unfamiliar with Ming as well, he has basically two modes of that bond, that chain you see. He can either provide additional damage to his bonded target or provide additional reduction if he's bonding with a teammate. He can also bond with an opponent, which does damage over time. He can slow the opponent or reduce the damage dealt by the opponent as well. So a decent support hero, but not the flashiest. He does provide a lot of burst heal to a single target, so that's always fun to watch.
Like you say, yeah, he's not the flashiest of supports. You're not going to be looking for a huge engage on the side of Ming, but he is definitely going to offer something to his team, whether it be the damage reduction or the enhanced attack power. Was it? Did you say? Sorry.
Yeah, just increased damage.
Attack power. Sorry, increased damage. Yeah. So again, we won't be seeing big engages, flashing over the walls, any sort of CC from
not
this
from the
hero.
Ming.
Yeah, not from the Ming. He's pretty much one of those backseat gamer kind of heroes. But already 2 minutes in, 3-4 minute tab. Turret protection is already gone down on the side of VKS, and First Blood picked up by the Dun, which has been a tradition throughout the day, where we've seen either Bawadi or the Falcon from the previous game pick up the Dun and always be the first target, unfortunately. So for VKS, they do pick up First Blood, getting that bonus goal.
Yeah, and they followed up with seeding the Red Sage Golden buff as well, Red Might Golden buff, and a kill towards the bottom lane. WinRJ able to snipe off the Lady Sun. Kinesis is gonna fall, and that will leave WinRJ to be able to get to his next item rather quickly, because Alisio is one of those heroes that has decent early game with the ultimate, but he does need items towards the late game. So any sort of help he can get, especially with kill gold, is going to be great to see.
Yeah, he's quite a squishy hero as well, so I suppose the damage over time from the Ying could put more pressure onto WinRJ there. Because of having the lack thereof health, it's kind of like a more of a necessity to stay alive. The less damage you take is for the better, because Alessio having very little health is a bit of an issue, but obviously something like that has to be put into consideration when his kit's very flashy.
Yeah, it is. He has to, get to the late game, which WinRJ should be able to do so. Bottom lane is gonna push out towards the tower once again. A little bit of tower damage. The shield has been shattered, and the objectives on the map, the Overlord and the Tyrant has spawned. Ridsky trying to get a steal, but Limsky will secure it with the smite. And they're trying to get an engage towards the bottom lane. 4 heroes down from the side of Major Pride, trying to kill off Mangrichi as well as WinRJ, but they don't have any stuns in this current lineup, and Redsky might fall. The burst heal is enough to keep him alive, but the flicker forward from WinRJ, trying to finish them off. So close on 3 heroes, they're basically limping away, but here comes Dani might come from the back lines and go for a kill, but 5 heroes are here. They do lose Kinesis. Dani pops the ultimate. The Kaiser is almost unkillable at this point, and he is diving in towards the tier 3, sticking a lot of damage, but the slow from Overlord will make sure he falls, and Ming will get a kill on the board.
Hey, I mean, we said Ming's no playmaker, but I mean, he's definitely a kill denier there on the side of Major Pride. So we do get one kill on the board by Major Pride, and he's going over to Overlord. But we do see that trade of a kill does mean that that mid turret, that all-important, lovely turret that we like talking about on the cast, has been taken down, as well as the other side lane first tier turret. So now it's more to play for on the side of VKS. They have a bigger access to the farm, and they have more access to the ganks as well. So currently for Major Pride, it's not looking too hot in terms of how they are dominating these lanes.
Yeah, Vivo Keystars is playing super aggressively, trying to pressure across the map. Top lane looks like their next target. They have rotated 4 heroes down up to the top lane, leaving WinRJ to continue on the farm, continuing to steal the Sage Golem, the Might Golem buff away from the side of Major Pride as well. Leading by 4,000 in 6 minutes in. Not the biggest lead we've seen so far. Not insurmountable as of yet, but definitely not a place you want to be in, especially in an elimination match such as this.
Definitely not. I mean, last game we saw 7 minutes in, they were 10 kills up, 10k gold up on the side of FUT Chaos as well. So again, a great start for VKS here, but not quite the fast start that they had on the side of FUT Chaos. But they do take down 2 of Major Pride there. So Overlord and Olumski goes down. Shizuki looking to be picked up here by Niap with that knock-up on the Byron, but nicely done. The stun from downtown on a 1 by the Muzi, getting a double stun there, but wasn't able enough to pick up the kill as they was needing a disengage, but they got that second tier turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, 2 kills on your opponent's side of the map means that you can always transition that to an objective, whether it is stealing your opponent's jungle or getting another tower, and there's not much towers left for Major Pride to defend here. Only the top tier 2 still left standing. Another double stun coming from Mozu. But Overlord will be able to heal his teammate back up without any issue here. Surprisingly, he did go for the flash, for the flicker, which is not something we see every day on the Ming. We usually see something like heal, or even sometimes like the weaken. So this is definitely a more selfish talent to go for the Ming.
Yeah, just trying to keep yourself alive seems to be the motive here on the Ming, and we see the motive for Ming within those CGIs. He is definitely a selfish champion, even though he gives out buffs, but he seems, as a personality, a bit of a selfish hero. So a little bit of trade-off there for the lore of the hero Ming. But once again, even though it's been a little bit of a domination here on the side of VKS, you can really still see the level of playability from these players, the amount of macro, but VKS.Dani going in with that all of it from Kaiser. Kaiser now getting a second all back up rank to Delia, but that crystal is looking mighty risky there, but it looks like the Redski is alive still, and Shizuki goes down as well. So currently only a 1-0 trade, but there was plenty of the enemy heroes. So on the side of Major Pride looking pretty low. Ming picking up the second kill for the team, so Overlord actually running it up as a support player, getting 2 kills on the board.
Yeah, but for those 2 kills, they lost 2 tier 3 towers. It's not a place to be comfortable in. And right now, Vivo Keystar showcasing how that Doria Kaiser combination is absolutely lethal. Dani looks invulnerable when he's diving into your crystal with that second ultimate up. That's essentially 16 seconds of 50% damage reduction. It's absolutely huge. He literally took no damage and is right now almost healing back up just because of how Kaiser works. So 7-2 scoreline, 8,000 net worth right now for the side of Vivo Keystars with 2 tier 3 towers down. Major Pride definitely feeling the heat.
Yeah, there's only really 2 ways you can really survive around that crystal, and it is either if you have the Dolia or the Kaiser together paired up, or the way that FUT Chaos navigated it beautifully in game 3 as well. So there's plenty of players coming through here. Redski almost getting eliminated there by the Alessio, but then Dani going in once again with the help of the Dolia as well. Limsky being left alone. There is a mutiny at the crystal, but his teammates jump back on board to try and save this game one. They wipe out the minion wave, but we do have the super minion rocking up with his hammer punch going towards that crystal there, and we know that it packs a punch. Niat has gone to the back of the line there with a knock onto Kinesis and Redski. Limsky looking pretty low there. Muzi getting the stun. Niat picking up the kill there once again onto Limsky, and down goes the crystal for game one between VKS and Overlord.
Yeah, they make it look easy, being able to dive that deep, being able to attack that aggressively from the side of Evo Keystars. And unfortunately, the only 2 kills that, or probably only 3 kills that they got was when they were being dove way too deep. And Major Pride hasn't really been able to get any kills with moves of their own. They seem to are falling short in this game, at least in game number 1. I don't think it was that much of a problem in the draft. Seems just more on, you know, that team fight communication. They weren't able to deal with the Kaiser. They didn't have enough damage to really kill the Kaiser, and Dani was just able to do whatever he wanted with the backlines on Major Pride.
Yeah, when you got pickups like Dani on the Kaiser and then also giving over the Dolia as well. But VKS, even though it's not as an aggressive hero in that mid lane, picking up 4-0-2 for himself, because in this tournament, I feel like there is some true mid lane talent, and VKS 1 is definitely amongst the top 3, I would say. But if we look over to Major Pride, there was not really much that could go on because they were on the defense from the word go. We had VKS.Dani always up in that clash lane, just completely freezing the lane off from Shizuki as well. So there was not really much that could be done because Dunn had to try and farm up to get gold ahead of Kaiser, because that's the only real way they could try and get anything done. But then the other lanes didn't feel comfortable enough for a rotation because the pressure was being applied there as well.
Yeah, just way too much pressure across the map everywhere, and they didn't need too much map objectives to get the job done. 1 Tyrant was all they really needed. They've already taken complete control of the game after the laning stage, and Vivo Keystars just looked like an absolute beast in the first game. And the MVP is going to go to 1 on the Mozu. 4-0-2, not the highest amount of kills we've seen in a game, but definitely with the pace that it was going, it was definitely going to end really, really soon.
Like I was saying, when Snape got the MVP for the 3rd time, if one gets 1 more, then that solidifies his 2nd MVP position within the knockout stages. So again, another toss-up between the 2 mid laners, and really showing that, back to the statement I was going off of earlier, is that there is really good mid lane players within this Season 1 Invitational, and One and Snape are definitely amongst the top 3. We did see that Suits actually gave much props to Rekner yesterday, saying that he was the best mid laner that he's played against. But to be honest, Alpha 7 haven't played against FUT Chaos, and they haven't played against, well, they played against VKS. So clearly, we see that Suits actually puts Rekner above One, it seems, which is really interesting, especially both being Brazil teams. You would have thought there's a little bit of honor or loyalty to the Brazilian teams, but there we go. Game 1 already over on the side of VKS against Major Pride. Again, it was just a complete all-out offense, freezing the minion waves and completely applying pressure on every lane.
Yeah, that's this is a playstyle we've seen Alpha 7 really focus on, which is playing aggressively, making sure your opponent is starving, making sure that they have no way to come back into the game, and then going for the throat. But Vivo Keystars definitely show that they can play in the same style and speed as well. And as they finished the first game, pre-10 minutes, they didn't need the Tempest Dragon, they didn't even need the Overlord, they don't need the Shadow Overlords to finish the game as well. It was just through raw aggression and map control with a huge lead. And with that, they are 2 games away from the semifinals to face up against FUT Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, But Chaos called it already within the game interview, but maybe there is something that Major Pride could do in this game to maybe try and keep that Lamb pick on the cards for Alimsky, as it's been one of the heroes he played very well on, and I believe it's Redsky on the Ganon Mo generally plays a lot better on that hero. But we are going to go into Game 2 after this short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll see you soon.
Pinky swear, we promise. Brothers always stay
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 1 in Turkey. I am Bulam for those tuning in new at home and at the event. And with me is Mr. X to the Hero, Zero. How are we feeling going into that Game 2?
That's right, Blam. We are watching Vivo Keystars absolutely dominate Major Pride in the first game. Second game, you know, we definitely are hoping to see more of a fight, more of an equal match between both of these teams. Major Pride has yet to get a single map win, and I'm pretty sure they don't want to leave this tournament without trying their best against one of the top teams in this tournament.
Yeah, I suppose they're not alone in the lack of winning on this one, because obviously Twisted Minds didn't quite manage to get a one-up on their last opponent of the tournament, because they've been knocked out for those new tuning in and may have not catched that match. But FUT Chaos also at 3-0 against Twisted Minds, who were also the non-starters in getting a winning point within the group stages or the knockouts. So we say la vie to Twisted Minds, but will we be saying say la vie to Major Pride? Again, just want to reiterate what I said before the break, that maybe if we get the Lamb pick for Alimsky, and we normally see a great performance on Ganmo with Redsky, but we're not too sure what happened in that last match.
Yeah, it's a tough position right now for Major Pride. I mean, you've yet to get a win under your belt. Players are probably feeling demotivated, you know, especially being picked by Vivo Keystars as their opening match in the single elimination format of the knockout stages, but they cannot give up yet. There's always, before the fat lady sings, it's not over yet. Major Pride definitely has seen her warm up her throat, but it's not, the mic's not turned on yet. It's not over yet for Major Pride. They still have a chance. They still have at least 2 more losses before they're out, but let's see if they go out with a bang as they pick up the Princess Frost, which was let through the pool on both ends.
Yeah, we get Princess Frost through. Is this a little bit of a, oh, go on, we'll give you the Princess Frost pick? Because obviously it's been banned for the majority of the last game as well. And VKS do pick up the Zhang Fei, however, banning out the Chow and the Lamp again, and then over the side to Major Pride, they ban out Kaiser and Mai, one's a very sticky champion, one is a very flashy champion, and Alimsky's looking at picking up that Musashi. We haven't seen Musashi come through for a considerable amount of games. He was banned on the last game with FUT Esports against Twisted Minds, it seems, and then they pick up the Liam Poe as well for a little bit more of a team fight engage, and then that single target CC from the Musashi.
Yeah, you know I love these team fight compositions. Lianpo along with Princess Frost definitely basically secures their team fight potential. It's so much crowd control in a huge area, so Major Pride definitely has that in their bag. Vivo Keystars with the Gun and Mo pick is going to be trying to match that team fight potential with the Zhang Fei as well. And both teams are still lacking a marksman, while Vivo Keystars still needs another jungler as well.
Yeah, we normally see Dani on the likes of the Kaiser. There's been a few games where he's gone for other picks like Jing, which hasn't been banned yet, and I don't think it was banned in the last game, so maybe that's what Dani's going to look for there, is potentially a Jing, especially going against a team that may not seem as deadly towards the Jing pick as somebody like Alpha 7, which we saw when we saw the Luna pick as well. Didn't quite aid Dani's playstyle within that one, but there's still quite a lot of jungle champions left open. Just hopefully we don't see the Dun come through, because it's been tried, it's been retired. We don't need that again. It's kind of like a grandpa hero pick coming through at this point in the knockout stage. Just a kind of a last horse in the race, but Pei and Jing go down, so maybe they'll be forced to go for the Dun.
It could be a Zilong. I mean, I've been talking about a Zilong since the group stages as well. It provides you with a lot of team fight. It's tanky. It fits into what Dani has been doing, which is act like as the front line for his team. So with all the top junglers already banned out, this might be an opening for the Zilong to make his debut in the Honor of Kings Season 1.
It could be, or it could be a retreat back to Chuck BR 2023, where we see an Arthur in the jungle, or even an Atta in the jungle. But they do pick up the Luban number 7, and ooh, Kinesis looking at flexing the Fang pick, which we don't see very often. Only been banned once, but only been picked twice, with a 1 win on the board as well.
Yeah, I like this lineup from Major Pride. It has everything they need. They've got tower damage, they've got the early game aggression that the Fang can bring out, they've got the crowd control, obviously with the Princess Frost and Lianpo with the single target lockdown coming from the mods as well as the Musashi. They've got all the cards they need. But wait, what?
So is it going to be, who's it going
Byron
to be
jungle?
Yeah, I suppose. They could
Byron
always switch out the Byron in the jungle, why not?
Byron jungle, Zhuangzi in the clash.
Oh no!
Wait,
Zhang Fei.
Zhang Fei jungle? What?
A little bit of fun with this pick one, I think. Oh no,
wait,
they are switching it again. What are they doing to us? Why do they keep us guessing, Zero? What's going on here?
I don't know what's worse, Zhang Fei jungle or Zhuangzi jungle. I guess it's possible. I mean, you can buy the magic jungle item, which allows your skill to do a lot of damage already. I mean, obviously the Zhuangzi provides a lot of utility when you're facing against such a heavy team fight lineup that Major Pride has. You've got the AoE Purify for your entire team, which will allow you to escape from the crowd control. So that is probably what VKS is thinking about, utilizing that Zhuangzi in an unorthodox role. Usually you see it in the support role, sometimes in the clash team. But as a jungle, it is not very easy to make it work. You don't have the best ways to clear out the waves. And if you're going for a Rune Blade, which will increase your magic attack, you're going to have less survivability. If you're going for Giant's Grip, then you're purely just going to be a CC machine. So I'm very interested to see how Dani will make this Zhuangzi work, but I think Major Pride with their lineup, easy to execute, great team fight, this is their highest chance, this is their best chance to take a win in this entire tournament.
I just want to give a disclaimer here for those from the future or watching right now. If VKS.Dani wins with this Zhuangzi in the jungle and you're below Platinum ELO in solo queue, please don't pick this or I will scream if I've ever witnessed this in the jungle in one of my games. I will cry. So please don't pick this, anybody from the future or watching right now at home. I will squeal like a schoolgirl that I can do. Trust me, I have the potential. But yeah, back into this game after that little disclaimer. Elmano to Elmano. No, don't pick it. Please don't. Save my life. But we see in here a lot of aggression could be done on the side of VKS. I'm really looking forward to see how we get VKS 1 on the Gan and Mo. But more importantly, let's see what they can do on the side of Major Pride, especially with the likes of the zoning potential on the Princess Frost. You've got Fang there, which last time we saw Fang come through on one of the team comps, especially when Butterfly was selected for the first time, really dominated.
Absolutely, and it has been such a strong mid-game, early game aggression and mid-game power spike of that hero. Definitely does a lot of physical damage, and can definitely get on top of WinRJ on the Luba number 7, which doesn't have a lot of mobility, and burst him down. So definitely liking that Fang pick. We've been liking the Fang pick since the group stages in a lot of different situations. So this is another game to be able to showcase the strength, and let's hope Kinesis can do that hero justice. But bottom lane, a lot of pressure coming in. That's more heroes. Dani rotating in with the AoE slow, but that's the weakness of this hero, is where's the damage coming from your jungle hero? He basically does almost nothing unless he just sticks next to your hero. So against a Fang, you're never going to be able to stick to him because of how mobile he is.
Yeah, you can kind of see the plays that's going to go on here. I mean, like, Byron can do some damage towards that late game, but your biggest damage output on the side of VKS is definitely the Luba number 7 and the Gan Mo. But if Olimsky plays this Musashi good enough, he could pick off one of those damage outputs, and then from there, it's kind of a hard game for them to come back from in terms of a team fight. And speaking of Olimsky, picking up the first blood in game 2 from VKS.
Let's go. This is one of the best starts that they've had. Sure, they're behind in gold at the moment, but you know, every little kill, every little advantage they can get will count for Rao, and especially heading towards the mid game. When you have such a strong team fight heavy lineup, you're not expecting to win every lane, but you want to be able to keep close in terms of the levels, in terms of the net worth, and that will allow you to take the mid-game fights, which having the superior team fight composition should allow you to do so. Risky's going to clear out the mid wave and rotate down towards the bottom as they look to pressure WinRJ once more.
Yeah, we got Princess Frost sitting in that bush there to try and get a gank onto the Zhongxi there. Not quite getting any damage onto the Zhongxi, but definitely denying the rotation. But Liam Shuski gets a kill on Niat there on the Byron pick as well. It's not like Niat's gone for a weird pick himself. He's actually gone for the pick he had many times, but just not forming there. And we get VKS 1 just wiping out Kinesis, picking up the second kill on the board for VKS.
One absolutely beautifully done there. He knows that the Fang will roll, and he used his ultimate on where he would end up after the roll. So that got him in a kill, but here they might have overcommitted for the kill a bit too much. Dani caught unawares with the Lianpo rotation, and they do lose him. And let's watch that again. Look at what One does. He uses his first skill, uses the ultimate on where he will end up after the roll. Absolutely beautifully done there.
It's like as if he got a ruler on his on the mobile and was like, you know what, that's like 30, not quite 30 centimeters, maybe 30 millimeters. That he's gonna dash to that line, and that's where I'm gonna drop my ultimate and definitely secure the kill. But well played by VKS.Dani, showing why he's the second best in terms of MVP rankings within the Season 1 Invitational so far. A little bit of utility coming from the Luban kit there with the long-range rocket. I see a lot of players using that long-range rocket as a information finder, a little bit of a fact finder in terms of Luban. But also, if it hits, it does a nice little bit of damage as well.
Yeah, another utility it can do is it can help you. Whoa, another snipe there for One. Absolutely huge with these skill shots. It has been hitting them pretty consistently, and that has allowed them to get the kill in the mid on the Princess Frost, and also create enough pressure away from the top lane that WinRJ and Menguichi is able to bring the tier 1 power on the Clash lane down.
Yes, and as they manage to secure that first tier turret and start to work on that second tier turret in the Clash lane, they do pick up the Tyrant. So if there's any chance that Zhongxi gets any damage, it's definitely with that Tyrant increase. Temporary buff there. That's the only time I can imagine this hero having any ounce of damage.
Liampo looking to miss. Mods' ultimate is not going to connect onto Spin RJ, and they will lose Overlord right away. Very squishy against the Luban number 7, and Yap comes from the back, being able to pick off Shisuiski as well, and VKS does have the number advantage at the moment. Musashi in some trouble. Limsky in his tower being doled by 2 heroes, but not enough damage to bring him down, but they do lose the tier 2 tower in the farm lane and will lose the Might Golem buff at the same time. This is a lot of pressure being put on Major Pride at the moment, but at least they will be able to secure the Sage Golem buff. At least.
Yeah, they get a few things on the board on this game too. So definitely a better play for Major Pride, but it kind of feels like with the Zhuangzi pick, that's the only real thing that's stopping the big flow of VKS within this one, because again, it's not a tempo setting hero. It's kind of just one of those chilled backseat heroes that you kind of pick as a support onto your team. So I don't expect to see any huge play potentials coming from Dani in this game too, but the likes of VKS1 really still showing that skill on Gammo with predicting where those heroes are going to be after any sort of flashes or rolls or anything like that. But Overlord getting the stun onto WinRG. Niap is waiting for the teleport down, it seems. He was stuck there for a while. He was considering teleporting down to potentially the farm lane there to try and push that, but he's going to stick in that Clash lane, knowing that Major Pride have switched and shifted their focus over to one of the side lanes.
Yep, still VKS have not been able to secure that treasured mid lane tier 1 tower, but they will be content with getting both side lane tier 2s. And with the Luban number 7, they make short work out of it. Dani is still sticking to his role as the jungler, which is to play as that tanky frontliner. He's going for the Giant's Grip. He's already completed his Blazing Kick, and that's gonna help him do a bit more damage in those team fights. And we'll be able to get the blue buff, but Luban number 7 will be the one to pick that up, allowing him to shoot more rockets, call more airstrikes, and overall just keep his mana regen up as well.
Yeah, we was on about the mid lane turret earlier, but opening up the side lanes, both of the second tier turrets, is only just naturally going to make sure that starts to crumble in the mid lane. And I don't think a lot of pressure needs to be put on in that mid lane now, thanks to those two things. But again, VKS with that long range damage onto both Overlord and Redsky, but we see Shizuki going in onto the Liampo. Zhangfei trying to match that jumping energy into the Liampo, but it didn't quite make sense there and didn't quite connect the same way. But still, Niap doing that macro monstrous gameplay and taking the higher ground turret in the farm lane.
Such a tough situation that Major Pride was put in, with the Byron pushing the bottom lane. Princess Frost wasn't able to deal with him by herself. So when you're pressuring 2 lanes, you are forcing Major Pride to make a decision, and the outcome of that decision is that Major Pride will lose both towers, and without the numbers right now, they'll even lose a tier 2. Major Pride is losing a lot of real estate at the moment, with only 2 more tier 3 towers left alive. They have a clear route to the crystal, and it all depends on Vivo Keystars right now, whether they want to end the game at the moment or wait for a Shadow Overlord to be able to help them finish off the game.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to start at the Tyrant here. They could potentially go over to the Shadow Overlord afterwards as well, just to pick up a little bit of a double dose of that jungle aid. We get the aid from the Shadow Tyrant thanks to damage and movement speed, but we also get the Shadow Overlord that gives us that Shadow Vanguard and the mini Vanguards coming down those lanes to apply more pressure. but they are settling with the Tyrant. They're looking for a push, and potentially we got WinRJ doing a little bit of reconnaissance there. We're trying to get some information from his team, seeing if they're sitting in that bush waiting for them to start the Shadow Overlord. But it looks like they're going to completely bypass the Shadow Overlord because they got the damage increase. One is already doing huge damage, so getting that Tyrant is going to be securing the kill. But Niap onto Redsky, and Overlord and Kinesis are trying to keep that higher ground turret in the Clash lane alive, whilst Musashi is trying to do a macro play down there in the farm lane to try and take a second tier turret from them. None of VKS are going to go back, and none of them are going to entertain, but now one's thinking, okay, just in case, I'll go back here. Big pushback from Magenshi on that high ground turret there. We see that Redsky is still down. We are taking the last and final standing high ground turret in that mid lane. Can VKS finish it here?
Potentially they could. They had a lot of damage with the Luba number 7. They're trying to focus it down. The creeps are still alive. Gets knocked down. Gets finished off. Moses going in, but gets bursted by the Luba number 7 damage. But it will be Zhang Fei, the one picking up the last hit. Musashi dropping down very low. Fang is not able to stand towards the front lines as well. Creeps are coming in. They will end the game right here. And now as Vivo Keystars will take a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 series.
And just to revisit that disclaimer, do not pick Jongsi in jungle just because VKS.Dani did it and won with it. But well played to Vivo Keystars there for getting the second game on the board. Magenshi giving the peace signs. Well played there, sir, on the Zhang Fei. Really great engaged hero. Really able to just force any team fight with a hero like Zhang Fei. So it's going to be interesting to see who gets the MVP in this one. Once again, a one with the great Gammo plays, with the great snipes, the huge damage we saw all the game, and the great predictions from where we saw that play down in the farm lane against Fang, where he rolled and then he just used that first ability to bait him to sort of roll out and guess where he was rolling and got that kill, giving him that 3-0-4 with the match actually not being such a lengthy match as a whole.
Yeah, 3-0-4 still a great scoreline. No deaths against a Musashi, against a Fang. That's absolutely a scoreline you would be happy to have. WinRJ did great as well with 0 deaths. A lot of damage being dealt by this Luban number 7. But I think if anyone but one gets that MVP, that is a highway robbery here, because just that one little play at the bottom pretty much secures that MVP in my book.
Yeah, I mean, when you go on, I don't think it will go to Danny on the Zhuangzi pick, definitely not. But yeah, either one or potentially even a WinRJ there, because we saw some great plays, some great information finding from the kit of Luban number 7. But to be honest, most of VKS are worthy of the MVP other than that jungle pick. So anybody gets it other than Danny, I'll be happy.
You just don't want to see Zhangzi pick in your latter games. I'm pretty sure that.
No, it's gonna infect my game. I can sense it now. I'm gonna be triggered by the end of the night on one of my ranked games, I can imagine. But there we go. Ooh, almost tying with Benignus for MVP, because one is now set at 4 MVPs as a whole. That is very close in terms of who's going to get the overall most MVPs within this tournament.
I think he's tied right now, since he got the last MVP as well, which puts his total MVP count up to 5. And yeah, he's tied up with...
oh, yes, actually, yeah, you're correct.
If he gets another one in the next game, he's going to overtake him as the player with the most MVPs in the Honor of King Season 1 Invitational. I can watch that all day. That's absolutely beautiful there by one.
Yeah, it's a beautiful setup there from the Gammo skill pool there on the side of VKS, but what a game too. We saw a bit of an improvement from Major Pride, but it's because they got to get some major picks within their team comp. Not only did they get the great zoning hero that is Princess Frost, but they had the Fang as well, Buzu to shut down any engage if they needed to, so they could kind of try and control or limit the the tempo that was being set by VKS. And then, to be honest, the Limsky on the Musashi was a really good pick.
Yeah, the overall draft looked really great there for Major Pride, but the tempo that VKS Stars was playing at just didn't allow that 5-on-5 team fight to happen. They just started to play the macro game on different sides of the maps, and a team fight heavy composition is only strong when you're able to force those team fights. And if your opponents are just avoiding those team fights by pushing the side lanes, pressuring your tier 3 towers, then you're not able to get that team fight under your control. Major Pride, this is going to be their last chance in this tournament, but we'll be taking a short break before we watch them try again against VKS Stars.
Welcome back, everybody, to potentially the last game of the day between VKS and Major Pride. For those new joining in at home or at stage, I am Blam, and with me is Zero. How are we feeling going into this potential last game of the day?
Writing's on the wall right now for Major Pride. They've yet to take a map win, they've yet to take a series win. And right now they're facing potential elimination going up against VKS Stars. 0-2 right now in this best of 5 series. Things are not looking too hot. they've been outplayed in every quarter. The first game, probably, with the draft, I wasn't feeling very confident with them. The second game, their draft looked amazing. And Vivo Keystars still seem to be able to outplay them, countering their composition by playing across the map. So this is where experience comes into play. Vivo Keystars definitely are the team with a lot of experience, as you can see with Menguichi and his fabulous handlebar mustache there. He has the experience to grow that out, and he knows he looks dapper on it, and he has been absolutely amazing in these games as well. So yeah, this is where the experience really comes into play. Like, you can copy a team's composition, you can play the best tier 0 heroes in the pool, but when you're lacking in that tournament and competitive experience, it does come back to haunt you, because against an opponent with this much experience like Vivo Keystars, you have to bring out something unorthodox that they haven't seen before, because in 2 years of Honor of Kings, I'm pretty sure VKS has seen it all.
Yeah, very close to at least what's on offer for the global client right now. But yeah, any player that has the patience to grow a moustache that majestic is definitely going to have some great patience in these games. But speaking of patience, VKS looking like they've just lost theirs. And we saw as the bans and draft were opening up that VKS won, and Dani were rubbing their hands together. So was that the go-ahead for their coach to say, right, okay, just go all out, lads. Let's see how they fare with your best team comp. And with the likes of Mai not being banned this time, you got Zhang Fei coming through, you got Jing coming through. It's looking for a massacre for VKS to come through on this part.
Yeah, I mean, they had to ban out the Kaiser after Dani's game on it. He just felt absolutely like an unstoppable force. And yeah, that lets through the Jing in as the first pick. At this point in time, VKS probably doesn't fear Major Pride anymore. Just first pick it. I don't care if you pick up a Dong Huang to counter it. I don't care if you pick up a Sun Bin to counter it. And they just immediately picked the Jing up. Does ban Sun Bin later on to prevent that little counterplay that he can do. But we'll let Dong Huang through the pool, as they do see Major Pride already picking up the Dun as well as the Byron along with the Fang.
Yep, so Lam gets taken up on the side of Olimsky. We see the Dun come through again. We're not going to even imitate it or entertain any more thought on that Dun pick anymore. But Fang comes through again. Kinesis didn't do too much of a bad job there. But the Dharma pick is potentially coming through on the side of BKS here. We normally see the likes of either Liam Bo or Byron or Charlotte, but Charlotte's been banned. Charlotte's not even been banned, but they're considering a little bit of a different pick, a little bit of a different hero for their Clash lane, because if you keep playing the same hero, you're going to get a little bit fatigued there. And with Mulan being banned, the Dharma does come out as well. So not only do they have Jing, they've got Dharma with the barrage of punches, and we're potentially seeing the Dr. Bian for Major Pride, because this is something that they used to ban themselves.
Yeah, definitely. Is this the first time we see a Dr. Bian? No, this probably is the second time we see Dr. Bian being picked up here. Diren Jie in the mid jungle.
Oh,
wait, Fang jungle Dun support.
Fang jungle, yeah.
And Dr. Bian mid, or Dr. Bian mid Dun support. This is a very well. We did say Major Pride needs to do something unorthodox, and they might have heard me and are going for the most unorthodox composition ever.
It seems that way, but I'm going to go and hesitate the guess that it's going to be Dr. Bian in the mid lane, done with the Durenji in the farm lane, and then we're going to see a Limshki on the Fang. But currently so far, Red's still taking the dumb pick, and we're kind of hoping that switches over, because if that's in the mid, I suppose it kind of goes against the Mai a little bit, especially if she tries to jump in. You've got your ultimate for the shutdown as well. So there's a little bit within the kit that kind of counters it, but it does change over. There was just a little bit of a tiredness, a lag in their eyes. It's like, you know what, I'm not feeling the dumb pick. You can have the dumb pick, Overlord. You had the selfish Ming pick in game 1, so you can have the dumb pick this time around. But yes, what a mighty team comp on the side of VKS. The Dharma, the Jing, the Mai, quite a lot of showboating and heroes on the side of VKS.
A lot of physical damage on the side of VKS. They got like you said, the Dharma with his barrage of punches. You got the Luban number 7 who just absolutely tore them a new one in the previous game, and you've also got the Jing to finish off anyone who's slow. Very aggressive lineup here coming from the side of VKS, and they also have that late game potential as well. Maestro Nui, Luban number 7, always very strong towards the late game. Jing as well is not to be trifled with in the late game. Not to mention Dharma does scale in towards the late game as well. So they can play it fast, they can play it slow. VKS can do it all, but Major Pride are doing what we needed them to do, which is unorthodox. But if only they didn't pick the Dun here, I would have been much happier.
Yeah, the Dun kind of just completely flattens the excitement of the draft here, it seems. But the Fang in the jungle is a bit of an interesting one, because Fang in the recent patch, which is what this tournament will be on, got a bit of a nerf to the jungle. So seeing that getting picked up, it's still an okay pick, but his early game jungle has been nerfed. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Limsky tries to overcome that. But we already have that 2v2 going on in the mid lane.
Yeah, Maestro knowing that there's no kill potential with the Dr. Bien in the lane, can do all the poke and prod and the damage that she wants on towards Overlord, who cannot really fight back at level 1. You literally only have a single skill at that point in time, so she can, without the mana cost that most heroes have, she can just keep doing that on the Dr. Bien, forcing him to use mana, get a favorable trade in that regard, and then make the rotations across the map.
Yeah, maybe we won't get as flashy plays as what we did from Snipe on the side of FUT Chaos, but maybe this is a little love letter to Snipe on FUT Chaos, because he did pick this hero quite a few times this time around. And we see that Danny picks up that Sage buff from Limsky. Unfortunately for Limsky, he does fall victim to the first blood on the side of VKS. So now setting the pace already with that first blood, just in true fashion. Even though first blood came onto the side of Major Pride in the second game, it was in the first game on the side of VKS. So let's see where they go for this. And Kinesis goes down once again by 1. 1 showing why he is now tied second MVP in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, like going back to that jungle play when they're trying to kill off Limsky there, Danny knew that, you know, it's unlikely there's more than one person in that bush, so he just uses his ult to initiate, and that already instantly blew up the Fang. And that's one of the weaknesses of Fang in the jungle. He's not very tanky, he can't play the front line, he has to play more like a secondary marksman. And that early on in the game, you're going to be very soft, and just with a single skill there, Jing was able to blow him up. And Limsky, without the jungle buff, couldn't really make any good rotations early on. And that, I mean, with Fang, you don't really want to make rotations that quickly either. You kind of want to farm up to your Axe of Torment before you really make plays across the map.
Yeah, especially when you got squishy champions like the Luban, but we could see, oh no, we go beast mode on Genji. That saves his life from the damage over time from the Fang there. But back onto that counterpart, they do have quite squishy champions on the side of VKS other than the jungle phase, so waiting for that Axe of Torment probably would have been the good call for Limsky on the side of Major Pride. But when you're in a 2-0 situation, is everything going through your head a calculated move? Probably not.
Yeah, and at this moment, you know, Major Pride definitely feeling flustered, being down 2-0, probably potentially their last game in this tournament. VKS up 2-0 can take bigger risks, knowing that they have a safety net to fall back on. And that's why we see them, you know, invading opponents' jungle early on. They can play as high tempo, they can play as aggressive as they like, knowing that even if they lose this game, there's plenty more for them to play. and but why not, you know, try something fast, try something aggressive, and hope to finish the series right here and then. As we do see an aggression towards the bottom lane, ultimate being used by J to stun up the Duba number 7, but a little bit of different targeting there. If they both focused on the same target, potentially they could have brought down the Zhang Fei, but it was not enough. But here, Dani dropping down very low, popping the ultimate, picking a big fight, gets the steal on towards the Tyrant as well, and will be able to pick off Overlord. That's huge here from the side of VKS. Double kill on the side of Niap, and they take the kill lead 5-0, and 1 trying to get a kill on towards Alimsky. Is he gonna go back for one more? Yes, he is. No, Alimsky playing with him for a moment.
Once again played into that unheard statistic, but it's definitely in Blam's head, where the lack of closing of these kills on the likes of the hero Mai is definitely a statistic that should be shown. It's a little bit of fun, a little bit of banter, and we British do love the banter. But yeah, it was really nice. Hopefully see that Mai go in and try and take out Alimsky there, but again, from the crucial theft to the kill onto Overlord, a double kill onto Dani. Dani really showing that a different kind of flavor, a different side of the coin with this Jing pick. Jing being one of the only heroes that's actually been picked by a marginal amount of matches, considered like how much she's being banned, and actually still on 100% win rate as well.
Yeah, Jing primarily has been picked, you know, by the likes of Alpha 7 and VKS, and it shows. Like, it is a very high skill cap hero, high skill ceiling. You have to play it well to make any sort of impact, but you don't need to do that with the Zhang Fei as well as the Mai Shiranui. So much damage there, being able to burst down 2 heroes very quickly and securing that top tier 2 tower.
Yeah, it goes there before the 10-minute mark. It is true VKS fashions so far, but it's just making those body language signs going into this game 3 even more true, with the hands rubbing together from VKS.Dani and One, basically saying the coach is giving the go-ahead for us to just pick what we want to do, but make sure it's a domination pick, and dominating it is. A level 12 jungle going against a support level 7 against your counterpart jungle being level 8 as well. Just completely showboated that ultimate from Jing, going whoop, whoop, trying to catch the Jing, and because you don't have the likes of a Dong Huang as well, you can't really lock down the hero.
Absolutely, just the Dun, and the Dun is not a good, like a knockdown against something as flashy as Dani, and he gets 1 kill, gets a double, going for a little bit more. Shisunski might be the next one on his list, but he won't be able to survive for the moment. And you know what's what's the worst thing here for the side of VKS right now is that One will not be getting the MVP and overtaking the side of Benignus for the top MVP count, just because of how Dani is performing.
Absolutely destroying right now. They're already 0-10. Major Pride even getting a kill on the board. This is their last chance at even trying to attempt to take a kill, take a perfect match away from VKS, but Alimsky is trying to do his best as possibly does. Get a kill there. It is a 1-1 trade so far from VKS, but VKS managed to close game 3 already pre-10 minutes, going in and cementing themselves as the last semi-finalist of the Season 1 Invitational of Honor of Kings in Turkey.
Yeah, that was 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Probably a new record in terms of games ended, in terms of the time needed to end the game, and that was absolute masterclass on the Jing. We've seen it banned again and again away from the Brazilians, and this definitely is a good showcase of why it needs to be banned against the Brazilian teams.
Yeah, the Jing has been pretty much banned consecutively throughout the consecutively and constantly throughout the tournament. So the fact that they let it come through on that last game was a little bit of a was a early admit or a sign of defeat anyway, because that Jing was open. There's like, you know what, we're gonna take it. We're not gonna allow you to get into your next ban phase and ban out that Jing and stop us from getting that quick victory from VKS, finishing up a solid 3-0. from Major Pride. So this is where we do say a major goodbye to Major Pride and hope that what they take from this tournament, Season 1 Invitational, into potentially Season 2, if they do get invited back or do decide to stick around in the scene. I really do hope they do because of the potential improvement for this team. But looking over at VKS, the 6-0-4 from Dani and then 8k to 3k to your enemy jungle is just huge counterpart there.
Yeah, 36.3% damage dealt in this map. I mean, is there anyone else even close to taking the MVP away from Dani in this game? Probably, maybe Minguichi as the closest next target, but I think Dani takes this hands down without any question whatsoever.
But honorable mention though, look onto the side of Major Pride where they were all 100% team fight participation, so they knew that what was going on was going to be a L for them, but they went down as a team. They was like, you know what, let's stick together for 100% of the time. Let's see if that is VKS's weakness, but unfortunately not, it isn't. And in a game like Honor of Kings, such fast pace, such macro needed and such ferocity, Dani takes that MVP as we suspected going out of Game 3.
Yeah, spectacular game on the Jing, and the highlights is probably just going to be the Dani show there, using his ultimate, so mobile, no real lockdown on the side of Major Pride, and he's just been able to do whatever he wants in wherever he wants. So Major Pride will be the 4th team to be eliminated from the Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational, as Vivo Keystars will be moving on to the semifinals to face up against FUT Chaos. Now that's a very interesting matchup.
Absolutely, but even more interesting as well. I mean, the fact that we get to the semi-finals now is it's just all going to be interesting going into semi-finals, because the reason why these teams are here is because they are the best within the Season 1 Invitational of Honor of Kings. So again, tomorrow is going to be huge, but today is not just quite over yet. We are going to be going into an interview at some point with VKS, but we are just going to talk about what is going on here with the state of VKS taking the solid 3-0. We saw a bit of a shaky Game 2, but that was only down to a little bit of a jokey draft. But Game 1, easy in the bag. Game 2, a little bit of a slow burner. But then Game 3 was exactly where that tempo needed to be for VKS. And I feel like they needed that Game 3 to be taken a little bit more serious, as it was with the draft, because if they jokingly take a victory here from Major Pride, they could be boosting their ego a little bit too much going against FUT Chaos. So I think it's good that they took that last game serious.
Yeah, give some respect to your opponents. They are here to fight for the tournament live, so you would absolutely want to play your best, because like you want to give them have that, take that loss with dignity. And right now that will be what Major Pride's that will be the end of the road here for Major Pride's Honor of Kings Season 1 Invitational run. They will finish off in shared 5th to 8th place, along with Besiktas Esports, IWNRX, and Twisted Minds as well. But the top 4 has been cemented, Blam. We've got Alpha 7 going up against Stalwart Esports in the first part of the semifinals, while we have FUT Chaos going up against Vivo Keystars in the bottom side of the semifinals.
Yes, I can honestly say that I'm very excited for tomorrow, because it's where all these teams finally get to face off. Yes, we've seen A7 against Stalwart Esports before in the, was it the mock matches, I believe it was, or was it just one of the day 1? I think it was day 1 or day 2. But yes, we've seen that matchup before, but the VKS against FUT Chaos we actually haven't seen yet. So that is what I'm really interested to see on the side of in the semi-finals, is another matchup we haven't seen. But yes, Stalwart Esports went against A7 in day 1, and now we are getting into day 9, and it's going to be a rematch, but this time it's going to be a best of 5 rather than a best of 3. So a lot more swinging going on in terms of the pendulum that may go into the court of Stalwart Esports. It's all yet to be seen.
Yeah, Star Wars Esports went pretty well against Alpha 7, if I remember correctly. They forced both games to 20 plus minutes. Well, forced one game into 22 minutes and eventually did lose out the game, but still did make Alpha 7 sweat. So that's going to be definitely a great matchup. But I'm more looking forward to the second matchup of the day, which is FUT Chaos going up against VKS. FUT Chaos has been talking a big game in all of their post-game interviews. So they will be facing one of their toughest challenges yet, which are the champions of Chalk VR. That's going to be Vivo Keystars. And let's see if... I'm excited to see if FUT Chaos is able to put their money where their mouths are.
Absolutely. I mean, on the term of FUT Esports, you can kind of say they've had one of the easiest ways into the semi-finals because day one they went against Major Pride. Day two, the only team that ever made them bleed was BJK, which is Besiktas Esports, being the second seed. And then going into day four, they played against NRX, and the third seed just wasn't quite as appetizing as the second seed Turkish team. And then obviously quarterfinals, they have one of the easiest teams from the other group. So again, quite a breeze getting here to the semi-finals, and it's quite a bit of a similar story to VKS. So to see these two regions, not quite the both last standing of both of these regions, because we have Alpha 7 and VKS from Brazil, but it's nice to see that we've got some MENA region representatives still in there, which is Star Wars Esports, and then we got the last Turkish region representative as well going against the Brazil. So it would be an amazing outcome for FUT Chaos to go straight to the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be an action-packed day tomorrow. There's, I don't think we've been seeing 3-0s throughout the entire quarterfinals of the knockout stages, but tomorrow I am pretty sure that we will be seeing some games potentially go all the way to the best of 5.
Absolutely, because I mean, even if you want to win, it's probably best to put on a show, trade some blows, because you're in a best of 5. There is room for error and there is room to grow between each game. And as we've naturally seen, there may have not been some of the best teams throughout the quarterfinals, but we've always seen a massive improvement on game 2, so allowing an improvement on top of that as well. Even if you're going into a 2-0 loss, you can then take that improvement even further to the third game in potential to turn it around into a silver scrapes for a 3-2 victory into your favor, which would be huge. What an amazing thought to think that the semi-finals holds that potential as well.
Yeah, I mean, only the best of the best are in the semi-finals right now. Star Wars Esports definitely had more of a shaky group stage compared to the other teams, but they have been able to make it so far into the semi-finals. They definitely showed glimpses of being an absolutely amazing team. They will be facing another tough challenge against Alpha 7 Esports, who are looking so dominant and yeah, like this is one of their best opportunities to show their stuff to the world and show us what they're made of.
Absolutely. So a lot to be gained in the semi-finals, of the Season 1 Invitational of Honor of Kings. But for Star Wars Esports, I have to say, for Star Wars Esports to get this far and not have the roster that they had from KIC, like the other two teams predominantly, I think is very, very impressive for that team and for the MENA region as well, to really show that you should get into Honor of Kings if you have talent within the MENA region, because it is all to play for. And I think that should just be a reverberating message throughout that region.
Yep, absolutely. There's so much talent to be found across the world, and I mean, Honor of Kings, the global region competitive team, is just about to start. So it's going to be interesting to see what they have in store, and also this upcoming interview with VKS is definitely going to be interesting as well.
Evet, yine hızlı bir galibiyetin sonuna geldik. VKS Major Pride'e gerçekten ecel terleri döktürdü ve hızlı bir galibiyete daha imza attı. Onlarla bir röportaj gerçekleştireceğiz. Gerçekten müthiş bir karşılaşma ortaya koydular. 2'şer tane sorumuz olacak oyunculara burada. Welcome, congratulations. Another super strong, super quick victory for you and Dani and One. I have two questions for you each. We'll start off with Dani, of course. Şimdi ilk sorumuz Kaiser'le alakalı. Kaiser'le takımını galibiyete götürmeyi başardı ve sürekli olarak rakip oyunculara karşı hem baskın yaptı hem de kule altına girdi. Buradaki düşüncelerini ve iletişimlerini soracağım kendisine. In the first game, as Kaiser, you led the team to victory and you also dove the opponents under their towers multiple times. Can you explain the thought process behind that aggression, please?
Ok, Dani, primeiro parabéns para essa vitória. E a primeira pergunta é, você jogou como Kaiser e levando muitos abates agressivos com o time. O que estava a pensar no jogo?
Bom, o Kaiser, por conta da ultimate dele, ele consegue fazer muitas jogadas agressivas, então esse foi o nosso planejamento de jogo, a gente pegar lanes fortes e usar a ultimate do Kaiser para forçar o máximo possível que a nossa comp consegue e abrir a maior vantagem de gold.
Yes, I think the way we played it is like we had a plan. We played the game very aggressively, and plan was to create a good advantage at the start of the game. So that's how we won with Kaiser.
Yani önceden de zaten planımız bu şekildeydi. Oyun planımızı bunun üzerine kurmuştuk. Oldukça agresif oynadık ve Kaiser'in de zaten kullanma yöntemimiz agresiflik üzerineydi. Erkenden agresif davranıp oyunu oradan, erken aşamalardan koparmayı hedefledik dedi. İkinci sorumuza geçiyoruz. Takımın dominant performansının sebebi neydi? Bunu öğrenelim. Çünkü yani 3 maçın ortalama süresi gerçekten çok kısaydı. Çok hızlı bir galibiyet imza attılar. So, what was the reason for your team's super dominant performance?
Você ganhou com uma vantagem muito grande. Onde que acha o time ganhou?
Bom, a gente mudou bastante o nosso estilo de jogo desde a última derrota, então hoje eu sinto que a gente é um time muito mais dominante, um time que tem muito mais objetivo dentro da partida, então eu acredito que aquela primeira derrota ensinou muito para o nosso time, então esse é o time que vocês podem esperar a partir de agora, um time que domina mais a partida, um time mais agressivo, um time que busca mais jogadas e é isso.
Okay, first we did a lot of training. And we revised our errors in the last games. So today we have become a team that is stronger, that is more aggressive. That's what happened.
Öncelikle hatalarımızdan bol bol ders çıkardık ve yani tonlarca da antrenman yaptık. Bu sayede hatalarımızdan, son maçlarımızda yaptığımız hataları gidererek daha kuvvetli, daha agresif bir takım haline geldik. Thank you Dani for the answers. Şimdi One'la ufak bir röportaj gerçekleştireceğiz. One, you are super confident, flashing aggressively all the time. Are you also like this in real life, as aggressive you are in the game? Let me translate it to Turkish first and then answer please. Gerçek hayatta da oldukça, ya daha doğrusu oyunda oldukça agresifsin, sürekli olarak skorları sıçrayarak, rakibin üzerine oynayarak kovalıyorsun. Gerçek hayatta da yine bu şekilde misin, problemlerini böyle mi çözersin?
Você é jogador muito confiante e você também é uma pessoa confiante na sua vida.
Sim, eu procuro entender tudo que eu faço. Eu aprendo ao ritmo que eu busco. Eu aprendo totalmente para aplicar. Eu busco tudo que eu tenho que fazer e isso eu aprendo e minha confiança vem daí, do meu aprendizado e é isso.
Okay, I'm a people that is very active in our life, and I learn all the things. And if there is some difficulties and some problems, I will conquer it. I will learn from the failures. That's how my confidence comes. Yes, I am a very confident person in my life.
Ya gerçek hayatta da oldukça kendine güvenen bir insanım. Bir problemle karşılaştığım zaman üzerine giderim, çözmeye çalışırım. Bu konularda oldukça aktifimdir. Yani çözmem gereken bir şey varsa mutlaka üzerine giderim. Bu sebeple de zaten kendime güveniyorum. Oyuna da yansıyor zaten bu durum. Ve şimdi son sorumuza geçiyoruz. Yarı finalde FUT.'la karşılaşacaklar. O seriyle ilgili ne düşünüyorlar? Kendilerine ne kadar güveniyorlar? Skor tahminleri neler? Öğrenelim. So, your next matchup in the semifinals is against FUT, F-U-T. So how confident do you feel going into that series, and what score are you expecting? How do you expect that series to go?
O próximo jogo no semifinal é contra o FUT. Você acha que você vai ganhar ou não? E qual placar você pensa que vai acontecer?
Eu acho que o FUT 9 é um time muito bom. A gente treinou bastante com ele no início, quando chegamos na Turquia. Treinamos bastante com eles, então estamos familiarizados com o estilo de jogo deles e assistimos hoje como eles jogam. Então eu acho que sim, estamos confiantes com tudo que aprendemos e estamos desempenhando. E eu acho que vai ser uns 3-0 pra gente.
Okay. First of all, I think FUT is a very good team, and because I watched them playing, but we had a lot of training and we have a lot of practice. So I think we are confident that we will win tomorrow, and the score would be 3-0.
Öncelikle FUT'un çok kuvvetli bir takım olduğunu düşündüğümü söylemek isterim. Gerçekten kuvvetli bir takımlar. Burada da zaten maçlarını izledik ve gördük. Ama biz de bir o kadar kuvvetliyiz. Çok antrenman yapıyoruz, çok sıkı çalışıyoruz. O yüzden kazanacağımıza da eminiz ve skorun da 3-0 olmasını bekliyorum dedi. Super confident, super lovely interview. Thank you for answering all of my questions and best of luck in the future games. Teşekkürlerimizi de ilettik oyunculara ve sözü de tekrardan sunuculara paslayacağız. Gerçekten güzel bir röportajdı. Söz yeniden sunucularda.
Welcome back, everybody. After that winning interview from VKS.Dani and FUT. So a lot of things being said within that one. We found out a little insight to FUT as a person and what he does for his confidence, and when he is against a very tough challenge, it's all about his bounce back, and that's what fuels his confidence. But they are fueled with confidence by saying that their game against FUT Esports is going to be a 3-0. I don't know how I feel about that. I really hope that is completely wrong. Even if it's in the victory of VKS, I really hope we've got some back and forth.
I mean, FUT Chaos has been talking a big game. They've been talking about how they will be facing up against the finals against Alpha 7 and how they will take the championship themselves. So VKS, they definitely took it a little bit personally there and wanting to throw the ball to the other court with a challenge of their own. So tomorrow's second matchup is going to be definitely spicy. The first game of the day isn't going to go too badly as well, because Star Esports has shown flashes of brilliance and will be definitely a challenge there for Alpha 7, who are looking like the strongest team in this tournament so far.
Absolutely, but there we have it for the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals have come to a conclusion, and we have our 4 victors going into the semi-finals. It's all to play for. We can only imagine that flashy picks like the show you come through, but the only way you're going to know that is if you tune in tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be at the same time as today, and we're going to get full best of 5s. Again, it's been an amazing day. I have been your caster, Blam, and with me has been Zero. And that is it for today. We'll see you guys for the semi-finals.